All right, I'm going to call the meeting
Let
to
you
order. This
introduce
is the
Glenn
meeting
and-
of
yeah.
the Budget Committee. The first item on the agenda is an update on the expense levels and controls of Nathaniel Witherell. This is a follow-up to the item that we had at the full BET meeting in July, when Nathaniel Witherell came in because they exceeded the expense appropriation in fiscal 19, and they knew that at the end of the year. So as part of that conversation, the BET asked them to return to us to talk about what controls and expense reductions have been put in place so that would not reoccur this year. So with that, I will ask Mr. Simon and Mr. Brown to
First, I'd
start
like
with their comments. Thank you.
thank you very much for having us here this wonderful, beautiful evening. I'd like Alan to introduce our new financial officer, and then I'll talk a little bit about what we've been doing this summer. So, a couple of rows back, on the right is Glenn Williams, who is in his second month as Director of Financial Operations. He'll become a key part of our expense control activities. Also, I don't know how many of you have met Ed Amandi. Ed is sitting to Glenn's right. Ed is the Director of Nursing. He's been on board since...
OMANDI?
Two O's.
Two O's? Okay.
No A's.
Oh, sorry, no.
Ed's been on board since a year ago May, so he's got his teeth into the nursing department activities and
Thank you.
integral part of the team. So the four of us are here to ask questions. Larry's got some opening comments. We're here to answer questions. Anyways, we also replaced Jack Hornack, who was our Director of Facilities. We've recruited and interviewed Larry Vanderpool. And as you all know, that Alan is retiring at the end of December. So we're in the middle of a search to replace Alan.
Who's the new Director of Facilities, did you say?
Larry Vanderpool, Vanterpoo.
Thank you.
So from my point of view, it's been a very busy summer recruiting people and really changing our management staff. I'm very pleased with Glenn's performance. He's been here 1 month and 10 days. He has experience in healthcare and has been very helpful to us. And then at the same time, we've been busy working on our capital budget and operating budget, so that we will make our submissions for both of those in November and early December. So it's been quite busy. So let's discuss the year we're in. It's going to be, what have we done to avoid some of the problems, if not all of the problems that we had last year? And I say some of the problems. So this year is already going to be challenging for the following reasons. Despite our best efforts to make sure that all of our invoices were submitted by the second week in July, we apparently have $100,000 worth of prior year expenditures that were not processed by the second week in July that kept coming in, and therefore will reduce the amount of money that's available this year. That just makes last year look worse, but doesn't help this year at all. And that's one of our focuses this year is going to be on how do we control invoices? How do we get them in on a timely basis? We did a bonding issue in October of 2018 that was omitted from the budget. That was $75,000. You can ask yourself how that happened. There are no answers. We will have $60,000 in search fees for Alan's replacement this year that was not budgeted. And we have, the BET and I agreed to reduce the budget by $100,000 last year. Altogether, that just presents a $335,000 challenge to this year's budget. So that's just a little background. So now with Glenn on board, I must tell you, it is really a difference between night and day, although I don't speak at all of the recently departed. But it's been a big refreshing upgrade. He has an extensive healthcare background and so forth. So we've looked at 3 areas in particular. One is controlling overtime. 2, what are we budgeting for each department to make sure, each vendor and each department to make sure that we can control the costs, that we know the costs. And so let me just discuss those 2 topics in that order. So overtime, just to refresh everybody's memory, was 1.3 million 4 years ago, 1.37 million 3 years ago. That was due to the $70,000 we were going to use for nursing training on the electronic medical record, $1.56 million, and last year, $1.8 million. Just, it creeped up. It didn't creep up, it jumped up. So here are some of the things that have happened that we've taken to control it. 1, we've hired 4 people in dietary. That will more or less, I think, eliminate or really minimize the dietary overtime. 2, we've stopped authorizing. All right, so we're now requiring departments other than nursing, and we'll talk about nursing separately, that you can't work overtime without getting authorization. We would just have people work overtime. And the control was not within the department. The control was within finance, which processed the time cards. So department managers were not knowing who was working overtime and how much. We're now producing departmental reports. Everybody's being informed, and we're now we're not really authorizing people to work overtime. And the unfortunate part is, if the people work overtime, you still have to pay them. But we're trying to avoid having people work overtime. And, you know, this is leading to a lot of angst within the staff, because a lot of people have built overtime into their salaries and expect to work the overtime, and so we're getting a lot of pushback. But we're really not, we're just letting positions go unfilled other than nursing. If you're not out, that just doesn't get filled for the day. And nursing, we have to fill because we have to provide the services. But other than that, you know, like in maintenance or administration or finance, we're not going to be filling the jobs. And we think of the $1.8 million, $1.3 million is nursing and $500,000 is non-nursing. So there are significant opportunities for savings there. And we're now making sure departmental managers are aware of the overtime. We're now going to let the department managers review the time cards before they get submitted to ADP, so people are now, we're moving the managers closer to the workers. And the third part is, that's maybe not the third part, the next part is, we're holding people more accountable for what they're doing. We're saying to people, you're not getting the job done. You need to be, and some people are not happy with the intensity of, you know, the work that they're required to do. And that's partly just, it's all going to be part of one large culture shift. And that's the strategy at the moment to reduce overtime, or to control overtime, to bring it down to what the budgeted number is. And we'll see how that's going. We've just started implementing this the first quarter. We spent $400,000 out of the $1.8 million we expect to spend, or we hope to spend less than that. And this is a process. The whole year you're going to see is going to be a cultural shift and a process. Then the next area is making sure that we know what our budget is for each vendor. How much are we budgeting for people, and what do we have, what is our budget really going to be from the bottom up by vendor? If we don't have enough money, what are we going to cut out? That's going to be phase 2, which is going to happen this month in conjunction with building the budget for next year. You know, if we, you know, where can we save money? I think what the biggest problem with last year was we came to June 21st, or maybe, I think it was June 21st, and realized we didn't have enough money. I think with Glenn, I feel more confident that if we don't have enough money, I'm going to know sooner. And we may not have enough money. I don't want anybody to think that we may make it this year without more money, but I'm trying to. But these are the steps that we're taking, which is controlling vendors, looking at our budget from the vendor level up, controlling overtime, empowering departmental managers to control their staff, and seeing what we can do overall as an organization. It has led to, as I said, it's a culture shock to the staff. And we're having meetings next week. People are used to, if they want to work another 3 hours because they have to clear something up or they feel like they have to do it, they just work the 3 hours and they work more overtime. I'll tell you one other example, that somebody, a parent, a mother, a child, called our driver and asked to have him come to work on Sunday, pick up her mother, drive her mother to church, wait for her mother while her mother went to church, and then drive her mother back to Witherall, which the driver agreed to do, but cost us 5 hours of overtime. This is and it just has to stop. You can't have people creating their own overtime without authorization, and we're trying to crack down on that.
So let me ask a question. I'm just pulling up the July packet, and I probably should have reviewed this carefully. Remind me of the key reasons or the key account areas that caused you to exceed the expenses last year. Overtime was one. You said you spent 1.8 million. Do you remember?
Overtime was like 500,000.
It was
We had prior year expenditures. We under-encumbered for LIUNA.
So of those particular things, it's really just the overtime, which is an operational expense that caused you to exceed.
Well,
There
and
are
also-
accounting controls.
And also, we didn't really have sufficient control over what our vendors were spending. There are stories that we could talk about at another time, but I feel more confident today, maybe misplaced confidence, that we have a better understanding of the operations and where the money's being spent inefficiently. There are just, at another session we can go into this, but it's just been, you could say to me, where have I been for the last 3.5 years? And I
And
could say
that-
that to myself. But there's stories.
No, and it's clear that
And I'll just comment on one other thing. Part of what we discussed at the last 2 years was what kind of changes we're going to make within the labor contracts to improve our ability to give paid time off and overtime and things like that. And to best of my knowledge, none of these things have come to any fruition whatsoever.
and with the loss of our negotiator, that's put that to a halt for the moment.
Yes.
Let me ask my colleagues questions, comments. Mr. Raymer?
Well, we'll be having a conversation with you on Thursday, I believe, at the special projects team meeting on Thursday at 2, I believe, right?
Right across the hall.
Right. So I don't want to,
But the topic is going to be different, somewhat different.
and I don't want to wander into what maybe is better discussed there, but there was one thing that had occurred to me. So you're in the process of looking for a new executive director to replace Alan. You're going through this cultural change now in a setting in which Alan is in his last time there, and I think that's not an easy process.
For me or for Alan?
Well, for anybody, I would say.
He's all right.
So one of the possibilities, it seems to me, might be for this interim period while you're taking your staff through this culture change, is to maybe reach out to an organization like Health Dimensions Group to run the facility for a year or something while you're doing the search and the like. Is that a viable thing, or is that just not a non-starter for you?
I think that we're going to hire a recruiting firm. If we can't find somebody in the next 2 months, then I'll consider that. It would be, I think, much more expensive to rent an administrator.
The piece that occurs to me, I mean, you would know much more about this than I do, but if there's a fair amount of ill will, that's probably too strong expression, ill will to be generated in this culture change, it's tough to bring in a new executive director and have him institute all of that and have this level of mutiny within the staff. If you had the hired outside organization doing it, they would generate the ill will, and then at the end of the year or whatever, then proceed with a new executive director who comes in, and there's already sort of a new regime in place. I don't know if any of that works any. It's really a better conversation maybe for Thursday than at a budget committee here, but there was a thing that was occurring to me that it seems to me that it's tough to make these changes in the setting in which you have a transition at the top and you don't actually have in place the person to whom you're transiting in your transition. All right, we'll talk more about this on Thursday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have a comment, Mr. Tarkington? Go ahead. No, go ahead.
You know, Larry, you indicated that 4 people have been added, I think, in food services. Those are full-time people, were they, is that correct? Are
They're
those town
the
employees?
full-time employees within the current table of organization
And so how many,
that were vacant before.
and how many full-time employees does Witherall have at this
The
point?
same 158 as in the budget book.
That's part of the issue that we're addressing. One of the assistants we're going to get from Glenn is that the structure of our staff is such that we have 158 people, roughly 100 of those are in the nursing department. And then, just to use the nursing department as an example, there's another 100 or so of part-time people.
Right.
The issue that we deal with is that a significant proportion of the part-time people have other jobs. So when a full-time person is away, vacation, sick time, holiday time, the people who have other jobs are not available to us to work an extra shift. So what ends up happening is a very small core of existing part-time staff are available to work extra, and the rest are not. So what ends up happening is we have part-timers who end up getting overtime pay as well. And, you know, there are other just day-to-day issues. We, for instance, do not schedule a shift overlap. So the daytime shift is 7:30 to 3:30. The evening staff is 3:30 to 11:30. There's
Right.
no time scheduled for a shift report. And that cultivates, this, as Larry described it, people working on their own without authorization to stay. But they don't really have any choice but to tell the staff coming in to replace them what happened in the morning shift. And the same thing happens at the night shift and again the next morning. So these are things that we have to work on in restructuring the way we staff the building. And you'll be hearing more about that in the next few months.
The other part that Alan reminded me of was, you know, we're going to start working on the analysis that if we hire more part-time people and make them full-time, pay them benefits, what will the cost be in terms of reduction in overtime? And it may be cheaper, but we need to do that.
So, you know, while you're talking here, I did go back and check, and, you know, I guess, 2 more people is, or whatever, 4 people, you're operating at 2 more people than, say, you had 5 years ago. But overall, the number of, in our latest budget book, of full-time and part-time is a total of over 233 people. So that's quite extensive. Substantial. Thank you.
When I came on board 10 years ago, we had 156 full-time staff.
She's just counting part-time
Right.
people.
So the part, where the additions are on time, and the idea in hiring part-timers is that they'll add dimension so that when you need to replace a full-timer, you have more people to call on. But what in effect has happened is that the additional part-timers haven't helped, because again, they're just supplementing another part of my job, not
Right, and as you pointed out, you've up two more people from, when you joined Witherall, so. And I think that's probably because of Project Renew and the structure of the units.
Well, thank you. I think you understand the seriousness of the issue. These are some of the same operating problems that have been discussed for years, and it sounds like you're trying to finally get a hold of them, trying to implement solutions to those
Well, I think
problems.
understanding the problems is the first step towards the solution.
Right.
We also had our state survey this summer, and we're expecting to get the results this month, and the survey went very well. So we think we'll either be 3 or 4, maybe 5 stars, but we'll find out.
Has there been a negative impact on admissions because of the drop in the stars?
No. So July and August were extremely high for admissions, averaging close to the low 190s for average census. September was less, and October is in the high 180s. And apparently, our admissions, you can see the change in admissions going from orthopedic to medical. But places like Greenwich Hospital have had a slowdown in medical admissions. And for reasons unconnected to us but affecting us. So we're sort of dependent still on Greenwich Hospital, and although we are getting more admissions from Stanford, that's sort of what we need.
It's only been 15 days, but have you seen any impact of the change in the reimbursement strategy?
We won't know about reimbursement until the October bills go out in early November. So at this point, we don't have any information.
Any further questions? Thank you for the update.
You're welcome. So will you let us know if we have to come?
Yes, I'll talk to Jill, the chair, on how she is handling this, whether it's going to full BET this month or another time.
I thought that we had a board resolution that said that they would come to the full BET in October.
There is.
It wasn't
No.
quite unanimous. I think it was maybe 11-1.
Anyway, Larry will hear from the chair on what to.
I will not be here on the 24th, but I think I could do a videotape, an edited videotape. Or Alan can take my place.
Okay. Thank you. Many, I guess the BET is not fully represented here, but pretty close to being full.
We would just say the same thing.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is an executive session for discussion of pending litigation.
Move that we go into executive.
So we have motion to go into executive session, second by Mr. Raymer. All those in favor? Aye. So we'll go in at 4:54.
Be back a little bit, yeah. So, and as a practical matter, then, would you be using some of each, or the non-lead, or the lead, or?
Well, currently, right now, for the handgun qualification, we
You're
use
doing non-lead,
non-lead.
yeah.
However, for the shotguns and for some of the other weapons, we do use lead. But it's minimal, and we monitor it. Health Department does a exam of that, of the atmosphere in the range on a regular basis.
But, and, I mean, not that it's super important to us, but the savings that you talked about a year ago, or less than a year ago, we won't be experiencing those savings, or not much of it anyway.
Well, I think there's going to be a mix between what we can get a refund on for
Right.
what lead we use, and then the other ammunition. So again, it'd be hard to call, at least until we're actually back in service in that.
Just to ask for a clarification, so the project that you want to move forward on now is different than what you anticipated when you did the CIP sheet? The specs of the project?
Correct.
Okay. Ms.
So
Hargan.
I don't understand, how does that happen in an RFP process? This said the RFP was so tight and so very specific, but how can the specifications change so much, or the fact that you're going back and forth and talking with these vendors? I mean, it seems to me that that's a different RFP process than we normally have. And
Well,
this- and
again, a couple
again-
of cops thought that what we could do is tear out the metal sheeting in the back and replace it, and replace the fans. And when you look at it on an engineering aspect, They say that for safety and for environmental, that it's, these rubber mats are really the state of the art at this point. And they've been using, me tell them about, visited several other departments to see what they're using now as well. Stanford, which opened their police station in May, they have a similar setup, and they use this rubber backstop, which is safer, and again, it will also require that every 5 years maintenance, but it should last as long as the one our range is beyond its usefulness as far as a backstop, because we have some penetration through the steel, so it demonstrates that we've been pounding it, we've been shooting at it for 30 plus years, and we thought that we were going to be able to retain a lot more of the structure and just replace a couple panels, and we thought it was going to be a smaller project than we initially thought.
Our current use of the range is really very different from what it was initially designed. It was initially designed as a target range where the shooters would stay in a booth at the end of the range and fire down range. We've transitioned to a much more tactical training aspect in the range. So instead of having our officers shoot from a fixed position, we're now moving around on the range, and so that's where it becomes more of a tactical environment where we can do more realistic training. And as a result, what we've come to find out through these, through the RFP and so forth, and the studies from the engineers is that, the range, because it was designed for a different use, it's not ballistic. The ballistic ceiling is not the full length of the range. Therefore, hypothetically, you could have a accidental discharge that would go through the ceiling, correct, and also part of the walls.
But yeah, it seems to me that we talked, when we were looking at the CIP sheets earlier in the budget process, you were talking about the same kind of move to tactical and so forth. It seems to me that perhaps insufficient work was done on the front end before the CIP sheets were submitted, and now the project is well over double what it was on the combined project when it was brought to us. I mean, is this something that should be deferred and then put back into the CIP for next year so that we can really balance it out and understand how it's going to weigh in there? I mean,
Other than punishing the chief, the deputy, and I, and potentially having the range closed,
It's a worthy purpose in its
what
own
would be
right.
the benefit of that? I just, as I said, we have the need. We recognize and admit that the scope of the project exceeded what our estimation of it was, even after consulting with some of the building maintenance people and some other departments. So I'm just not sure what, I don't know if that would be a practical matter if we end up losing the range and having it closed for a period of time. That would be unfortunate.
Well, it would be unfortunate, and it's unfortunate that this has come to this situation where obviously the specs didn't reflect what the project that was needed to be done,
Well,
whether it was submitted to the CIP people on the front end or to the BET thereafter. So, I mean, to make us, if you don't do this, it's like, all the sympathy kind of thing.
Well, I think the other thing, too, is that we truly make an effort to do the right thing and within the parameters of fiscal responsibility and take the financial stewardship seriously. So we really thought that we were able to do it within those parameters. And we admit that looking at the numbers and looking at the, and again, we've worked the numbers with Al Manelli on several occasions to try to reduce it so that the contingency is adequate for what our experience is with this.
Mr. Raymer.
So I just want to be sure that I get the numbers straight. The numbers that came to us before was to have been 3 years at 150. The last of the 150, as you said, was for a different feature, plus the 200 that was the HVAC, the ventilation system, for a total of 650. As I understand it now, so you have the 150 plus the 200 that we gave you in the current year, already appropriated,
Right.
plus the
Actually,
additional,
DPW
plus the
was.
additional 440, which brings it to 790. But I still have another expense coming up at some future point, which is the tactical equipment that you were describing, which makes sense to me. I'm not opposed to it. I just want to understand what the dollars are. The tactical equipment to come later on is roughly how much? Is it the other 150?
A little bit less than that.
A little less. So the total all up is a little less than 940,
Correct.
compared to the 650 before. At what point do you think you'd be coming back to us for that last piece? Pretty quickly after you finish this work on the range, I guess.
Well, with our interest in trying to keep the budget balanced, have no large dips in changes. I was in the town administrator's office today discussing our fleet requirements, so,
Motorcycles?
oh, there's a motorcycle in there, right? Oh, yeah, there's a motorcycle in there. But this year, it's going to be a few less vehicles because of circumstances that I'll save for another day.
Okay.
But we try to order about 9 cars a year, but this year it'll be a few less, based on circumstances but we try to keep it straight, so we don't have big blips, big increases. And again, this is something that perhaps we should have initiated several years earlier, so we could have,
Spread it out.
But it's, the range has exceeded its life expectancy by a number of years.
So,
This is a project that will get many years, the range will be, we won't have to touch it for 30 years.
that's good. But I think I get an answer to the question. So are you thinking the other, a little less than 150 will be in the fiscal year 22, or?
No, like I said, my suspicion is with the discussion of the 15-year plan, that because we're asking for more for this particular item, that we would defer that one a little bit further out.
So you'll have the range without the technical features to it? for a
Well,
while.
no, and again, that simulator is something that is a
Simulator.
standalone, that the range will be able to fully operate without that simulator. Simulator just gives you an enhancement to do firearms-like training without firearms up in the main building again, without having to be out on the range.
Thank you.
Just to clarify or to ask, the attachment that you gave us doesn't say the same information that you just relayed about requiring the additional tactical investment later on. You say that the entire 150, 150, 150 is replaced by this request. So I'll ask for the item when it goes to the BET, if you correct what you submitted. All right, just read that second paragraph.
Yep.
You'll find that it's a little different. And again, this is a process question. You went through a request for a quote first, which I guess was the engineering to really identify what you needed before you went to the RFP. Am I reading this correctly, that you had 2 separate processes? Or you only had an RFP that included the respondent's recommendation of the full scope of the project? How did you move forward with getting to this final number and the final scope of the project?
Well, through an RFP, once the RFP was done, the 2 vendors that submitted proposals came in and made demonstrations, presentations.
Then the third paragraph in what you sent to us, a request for quote was developed and issued by purchasing to ask designers to inspect the existing facility and make recommendations. Was that a separate process then?
I don't believe so.
No. Okay, because I was wondering what account that money came from. You haven't spent the current appropriation, so I was just trying to understand the process you went through. So the RFP really helped you
That was
identify the scope you
it's
needed.
one and the same.
Okay. I guess I don't have any further questions. I guess just on a statement basis, clearly this almost is, it's not quite double of what the original cost of the project was, about another third more. However, during the CIP process, you justified the need for the expense. You just need to go about it differently, is how I'm looking at this expenditure.
I'll ask for more next time. Is that-
What we'd like, though, is when CIP comes in, that they are realistic
Well, we try-
expectations.
yeah.
And I think people attempt to do
we're-
that.
We admit that I'm not
No, but the message, which I think we aren't clear about, and I guess I'll talk to the town administrator about it, is the phasing. And a lot of departments do it, probably all departments do it, is they will do a project over 3 years to keep the total dollars low, but sometimes that's not the optimal way of doing it.
Sure.
It doesn't, at this case, it wouldn't have helped you to spread it out, because then the facility would be out of commission for that period of time. So it's better to share, for all of us to understand the issue. But you didn't have the same information at the time.
Right.
I get that. Mr. Mason?
Just one follow-up on something I think I heard before. Currently, we don't embark on overtime for training. We train on shift, right?
Correct.
3 shifts a day. So you just work the training, the recurrent training into the workday, so we don't pay overtime and
Right,
everything
an
like that?
example would be this week, the range is open from midnight to 8 because the midnight officers are down there. So the range officers have been assigned to work midnights, and you'll hear lots of noise down there between midnight
So
and 8.
that's their shift. So I guess the point is, one of the conversations we had on last year was you were doing this in phases so you could get, you explained it, you have a series of qualifications you do during the year. One
Annual
real big
required
one,
ones,
then
yep.
2 smaller ones, or whatever it is. The question is if you do all the work at one time like this, or under one bid, is that going to impact you there operationally?
No, well, currently, we're doing our annual required pistol qualification, and then we'll start our rifle shotgun, and we'll do that up until the last day that the range would be closed for the, and then we customarily don't use the range fully operational in the summer because of the heat.
Right.
So we probably try to time it during that overlay so that it
Okay,
wouldn't
so
be
you're,
minimal impact.
so you're accelerating a project, but you're going to make it work without it offsetting you in your operational plan?
Correct.
It's also
What-
my understanding that the current bid that we have is valid for 5 months.
I was going to ask that question because if the BET approves this, it would be the December RTM you go to. They don't meet in November, correct? Yeah. All right. Can I have a motion? Mr. Mason,
Second, it
seconded by Mr. Raymer.
may be non-routine?
First, let's take the vote. All those in favor?
No, I think
Nope.
it should be non-routine.
Non-routine. Yeah,
Okay,
it should be
because I do
non-routine.
think that this is a substantial, we're basically doubling the cost, and so I think it should be non-routine.
Anyway, I'm an aye.
Okay.
What?
All those in
Aye.
favor?
I'm in favor of the item.
Aye. Reluctantly.
The routine, non-routine is not our discretion, as I always say. So I'm in favor of the item.
Right. Ms. Tarkenton, you're a yes? Yes, 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, HD2, Health Department, approval to use the fiscal year 2020 PHEP grant of $43,311.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, welcome, Ms.
Let's see,
Baisley.
which one's up first?
So this is the part-time public health emergency preparedness.
Oh, the $43,000. Okay. So this grant got coupled with they call it the PHEP grant, which is the Public Health Emergency Preparedness Grant. It was a standalone grant last year, in which we got around $314. This year, and we also got a freestanding Medical Reserve Corps and MRC grant, which was about $6,900. This year, they combined both grants, and they calling it the PHEP grant. And you noticed in my explanations, there is $41,000, $815, which is personal services, and then we also have some funding that allows for some materials and some travel mileage. So, in other words, we didn't lose any money when they did this merge from the Medical Reserve Corps funding, but we did lose some money from the PHEP grant, which was, again, $43,314. Now we're getting roughly 34-ish. So we lost about $6,000. So we're
Now,
back
this
up. We're back up where we were with just the PHEP grant at $43,000. But I did lose almost all of the MRC. So the bottom line is that coupled with the $15,608 that I have in my budget, and this money, it will give us almost a full year of permanent part-time work for our public health emergency preparedness coordinator. I'd also give him some money set aside for travel, for mileage allowance, which the MRC, I think it's the MRC grant that allows. So in all, I was hoping when I set forward for this budget that we're in right now, I was hoping that the 15,000 would be coupled with the 43,314 and the MRC money, if I could use it for that, but
You're down.
they
I think you should
cut us. They
probably-
cut us all.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, but
Right.
we're going to get almost them allowing the MRC money to be applied, except for a few supplies and some mileage.
I think
They're-
the key takeaway is that
They
you-
keep, and then they're merging, thinking, oh, well, you merge it together and but you still lose money in the long run.
Right.
So,
So, but the key is that you can complete your plans for the part-time public health
Yes.
coordinator for the
Yes.
fiscal year using these funds.
Right.
Are there any questions?
yes.
Carolyn does a great job.
So how does this dovetail with Dan Warzoa?
It doesn't.
So as I'm looking at the memorandum of agreement, I mean, I don't know frankly, what most of these initials mean, MDA, MYTEP, PODs, TTXs,
It all has to do with mass vaccination,
But, no, I mean.
distribution of,
But,
medical supplies.
But it does seem to me that that a lot of this function is emergency operation coordination. So particularly on page 2 of the memorandum, where it talks about this is to develop an emergency preparedness guidelines and emergency operation coordination. It talks about local emergency preparedness, et cetera. Doesn't there need to be some dovetailing with Dan Warzoa, depending on the nature of the emergency?
if we have to give out any kind of vaccinations or any countermeasures that come to us from the federal government, and we open up an EOC, well, then he would be in charge of opening the EOC, and I would be co-in charge, if you will, because it would be determined as a public health emergency.
Well, one of the two hypotheticals they talked about in the memorandum was some broad dispatch of an anthrax that required you to be able to deal with a large portion of the population
Right.
that is being affected by an anthrax event of some
Right.
kind.
I would have to hand out
I
medication,
don't
right.
pretend to, but surely for those, isn't it necessary for you to be dovetailing in with?
Well, I think I would need more. I would need the police department. I would need probably fire department. We work as a unit to respond, but the main function would be from the Department of Health, because we have to, one, we have to care for our responders that may be exposed to whatever kind of biohazard.
But shouldn't it then be part of this person's function to reach out to and interface with?
He's met with Dan a couple of times. And in fact, I think he met with Dan at least 3 or 4 times to go over the emergency operation plan that the town has, because we're very much part of that plan. We have a couple of annexes in there that actually, because I'm the chief medical officer for that plan, so I make sure that, our area is up to date. So he has met with Dan on that, and he's met with the police department, gone over a lot with Captain Barry, who really has taken over running the EOC in the event that we have a disaster event. So he has reached out, and he has really, and the fire department as well. So, because we are part of the operation, if you will, if something needs to open. We don't run the EOC, but I need the resources of the EOC in order to control, the environment and control the situation, whatever's happening, and to protect our responders as well, because anthrax and some of these organisms are, are communicable.
Well, how many hours would this permanent part-time person be working? How many hours?
This person works up to 25 hours a week.
So there's no health care benefits involved?
Oh, no.
What happens at the end of the year with this person? Does this person then have an unemployment compensation plan?
No. This is a grant.
This is,
This is a grant.
well, but this person is an employee of the town, no?
Well, he's on the payroll, but he's not technically. I mean,
Your question is correct.
yeah,
If we didn't get a grant, we didn't continue it, the person would be entitled to the benefits applicable by law.
we,
But this person is a W.
permanent part-time, they can't go over 25 hours a week, because then they're entitled to benefits. So you have to keep them under 25. In fact, I have 2 permanent part-timers that regularly work for the department. HR department is very strict on that and requires that if they go over, they don't go over on a regular basis, because that could happen, very much so.
This person is a W-2 employee, they're not an independent, a 1099 independent contractor. This
No,
person's an employee
no,
of
it's
the
not a
town.
contract. Yeah.
Are there any other consequential costs of this employment other than the possibility of my concern about some unemployment compensation, but other than that, any other expenses she or he's going to incur?
No, just the mileage. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
All right, can I have the motion to
So
approve use of the
moved.
grant? Ms.
So moved
Parkinson,
with
seconded.
routine.
I'll sec. Mr. Daniel seconded?
Yeah,
Okay. All those in favor?
aye.
Aye. Yes, 4-0. Thank you. Okay, item HD3, another grant. We like-
HD3 is $16,167. It was formerly called the HERR grant, but it is now called the Public Health Preventative Health and Human Services Block Grant. And this is the grant that continues to support the National Public Health Accreditation Program. We had hoped that we would be able to file this June past, but we did not have enough ingredients, so to speak, in the materials that we needed to make application. So the application will go in by June 2020. This is a 3-year grant, but obviously they don't give you money. They only give you the money for the first year, which is the $16,167. Because we were in the middle of the accreditation, the state wanted us to continue. We're one of few health departments in the state that they're continuing to support financially until we get to the end of our accreditation. So once we file, we have up to 1 year to upload all of this information, and then we apply for the on-site review from the accredited firm to see whether or not we actually deserve to be accredited. It's a long process, much longer than I anticipated. But we are moving forward, and we do have the full support of the State Department of Public Health.
All right, let me just start, and then there may be others. Question: Are the only appropriate use of these funds for accreditation, or
Yes.
so we didn't get this grant before you started this process? We didn't get an HER?
So we used the HERs. Now, we used that last year, almost the same amount.
I'm just wondering if we weren't doing accreditation, would we still qualify
We will
for
not be,
this
we would
grant?
not qualify for this.
We would not qualify?
No.
Okay. And just tell us a little bit more history about the accreditation process. When did you start? Because we've heard about it for years, but I can't
I know.
recall the exact
We
year in
started,
which
we
you
had hired
began.
one contractor. He wasn't really the best contractor for us, since we didn't know at the time what we were getting ourselves into and what it involved. And we had hired him, and he was okay. He got us to a certain point. Then last year, we did take the whole amount on the HER grant, and we did hire an excellent contractor, a different contractor, who was very much involved and almost fully through the public health accreditation process up in Bridgeport, Connecticut, the health department in Bridgeport. And we felt that was very to our favor, because she had already gone through the process with that health department, and she knew where to help us to get along. And the whole process is that you have to hire a consultant in order to facilitate your measures of moving forward to get accredited. So we're hopeful that this year's grant the 16,000, we will move forward again and hire the same contractor to move us to the next phase. And by June, we will have the strategic plan, the workforce development plan, and there's another measure that we need to, in order to apply. So otherwise, we lose the money. So it's the heat's on for us to, to make that application in June. And then, of course, then it's uploading all these materials to this outside group, FAB, this accreditation group.
Has this process helped the department and
It
thinking
has.
and looking about what you're doing, or
It really
'cause
has.
It certainly takes more time and effort than the money you're getting for the consultant.
It has. And believe me, if the state didn't think it would be beneficial for us to have, they wouldn't be stretching themselves so thin and giving me all this money. But, and they did come down in July, which the first selectman did pay, was part of the evaluation. They did come down and evaluate us to see how well we were doing and how well we do, because we give them an annual report every year, and we did very well, actually. I was very proud of the department and their, in their success. And so it's just managing to get all this information together in order to meet the criteria to do the actual application. We don't have the strategic plan in place fully, and I'm a little short on the workforce development plan. But we will have it long before next year, before we apply. But we've been working on all these standards that you have to meet. And that's the hardest part of all. It really has given the department staff a real clear indication of, what is necessary in a local health department and how we are to serve the, the residents of Greenwich, what they expect from us and what they need to have. And so it's been a good process. I wouldn't tell you if I didn't think so, but it is a long one.
Mr. Raymer?
So when did you start the process of seeking the accreditation?
About a year ago,
About a year ago.
this grant was applied with hopefully the same person I'm going to hire to continue us last year, and it was very productive. Part of the year before, we had hired another contractor, so I would say about a year and a half.
Mrs. Moriarty sent you some questions earlier today. I don't know if you had a chance in an email.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Sorry. And you're not expecting to have Carolyn before us at the...
Typically, for this kind of item, we wouldn't,
Over
the chair wouldn't
$16,000,
ask her.
yeah.
But,
All right, I mean, it's not a lot of money. So, tell you what, you will discover in your email, an email from Mrs. Moriarty, and I believe at some point you'll be coming back to us, not on this occasion, not on a week from Thursday when we're at the BET, but on another occasion you'll be doing that. I'd be grateful if you take a look at the questions
I
that
will.
she asked and maybe provide some of that information
Absolutely.
at the time. In sum and substance, the questions asked of you is, how much money have we devoted to this process up to this point? And the other question is, how much additional cost do you think it's going to be going forward before we're finally done with this process?
I have an idea.
Tell me about what your
It's about,
idea is.
well, it's 16,000 this year,
Yes,
which is now.
yes, I got it.
16,000 last year,
Right.
okay? And then this contract has 2 more years of 16,000. So it'll take 40,000 plus in order for us to get accredited.
Am I
These-
correct, though? The grant that we approved last month or the month before had 10,000 towards the accreditation process.
That's right. Oh, that's
So
another
there's more
10,000.
money.
50,
Okay.
50.
So one of the questions that Mrs. Moriarty had asked you in the email was, could you tally up for us how much
Sure.
it cost us to this point?
can
And
say
you're,
they were your
and you're, sorry?
You mean the state has tallied up? Fair
And
money.
and you're guessing that it'll be about another 32,000 going forward.
I think in total it'll probably be about 60, I'm just giving you a rough estimate, but about 60. I think Bridgeport has gone through at least 100,000. Accreditations are not cheap.
These
Police,
gra-
fire, whatever.
It's basically, these grant funds, if we were not doing the accreditation, could we use these funds for any other purpose?
There was a list, yes.
So there are other purposes that we could be using it for other than
But
this?
because we were in the middle of the accreditation, the state pushed us towards finishing it.
Yeah, but
So
it-
they want you to finish what you started. Because they've already invested in this. They don't want you to, they're not going to give you the choice of picking off a list and doing something else since they've already invested in these funds. That makes sense.
All right, I'm
Obviously.
going to stop here. Thank you.
Ms. Tarkin?
Caroline, just wondering, how many departments are there in the state that are accredited? Are there any?
There's 8 departments of health in the state so far.
That are accredited by this
Yes.
program?
Yeah, there's about 6 or 7, well, 6 that have already been accredited, and there's like 2 or 3 of us that are, and it's all going to be tied to money, I believe, in the future. So in other words, if you don't get accredited, you will not be in a position to receive any state or federal funding, and that's where they're going. They have not said that yet, but I think other states have required that. In other words, if you're not accredited, you're not getting any money.
So
And
that's good, that's good for all of us to know, that
Yes.
this is important in terms of
That's right.
future revenues
Exactly.
coming into the town.
Exactly. And some states have made that requirement, and we think that it's not unlikely that the state of Connecticut would head in that direction, because there's not a lot of money to go around, and so if they make the stakes a little higher, then those that are achieve that will get part of the, part of the pot of money.
Thank you.
Once we've gotten the accreditation, congratulations, we've all done a high five. Is there any continuing cost for us to maintain the accreditation?
Every 5 years, you need to get, I want to call it not a reaccredited, but submit a plan and submit a report, and that's, right now, will cost $5,000.
We don't need to do all this again every 5 years.
Well, I need to do a report, and hopefully we'll have used state money as we have in the past to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, it'll be all state money.
Okay.
So
As long as the
I-
state has money.
I move the approval to use the 16,167 and also as a routine item.
Thank you.
Second? I'll second it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
those in favor?
Aye.
4-0.
Don't forget your flu shot. I'll give you a little plug there.
Good advice.
Thank you.
Big week this week, right? for them?
The next item on the agenda is ED3, the Board of Education requesting a transfer of $23,505 to fund special education frontline software. We received the documentation in our packet, and this body only had one question on what frontline IEP software is. The response that we got, let me just pull it up.
We did get a response.
We got a response from Ms. O'Donnell, and she said the software is used by the Special Education Department for student individual education plans. That's the IEP abbreviation. And this is specifically an accounting correction. They had intended to spend this money, they just had it in the wrong account. So can I have a motion
So
to?
I'll move to approve this transfer for $23,505.
Seconded.
All those in favor? Aye. And that doesn't go to the full BET, just reminding you, this board has
Transfer.
been delegated the authority to approve the transfers. The next item is Board of Ed ED4. Again, this is another transfer. Let's see the description. This is to fund the human resources, the expansion of the use of the Human Resources Department of their software system to manage employee-related forms and the ability to recruit beyond the geographic area. So it's an expansion of the current use of the software of the system, $31,000. They have savings in their accounts for their college student internship program, since fewer students applied this year, and that's a savings of $31,000, and they're using the funds for this particular item. Mr. Geiger, I asked the question whether this cover sheet is written correctly. Is the to and the from account correct, or are they reversed?
reversed, and they sent another sheet over.
They're reversed, so for the full BET meeting, that'll be corrected. There were no questions submitted for this particular item. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, 4-0. Thank you.
Is that also a transfer? It is a transfer.
That is
Yeah.
also a transfer, so this, oh, so it's not for the next BET meeting. It'll be corrected in the documents as recorded on our website. There is no items for old business. The next item is new business approval of the fiscal 21 budget guidelines.
I would move
Um,
the guidelines that were offered at the last meeting.
So as introduction, we have
Sorry.
guidelines that were offered at the last meeting and that were included in the packet of information for today's meeting. Mr. Raymer has moved those. I will second those, and that'll be the document that we work from. About 50 minutes before the start of this meeting, my colleague sent me some revisions to that document, so there's been no time to review those. It is my intent that this committee does vote on a set of guidelines today. So if we need to go through the guidelines paragraph by paragraph for the changes, we can do that. A PDF doesn't help me because I need to know what's changed versus what's whatever. So I've got a version of what's changed on a,
Are there any extra copies of the recommended
Well,
or
did you-
requested changes?
so
Did you-
apparent,
Jeff?
so here's a hard copy of a PDF of the full changes, but they're all accepted,
Yeah,
so
we
you
have-
can't see what's different.
We don't
Not
have
on
a
this
hard
one.
copy?
So what we need is a red line copy. If-
How can we?
Do people have, if you have electronic devices with you, I can forward the red line copy, the track changes version, although it doesn't show up on a phone. I'm not sure it shows up on an
iPad
iPad.
It shows up on iPad. On our iPad. What?
I'm looking at it, doesn't show up on the iPad.
Yeah.
In 2 hours before this meeting,
It was 50 minutes before this meeting.
50 minutes. This is
It's certainly not ideal. These
Point of order.
guidelines have been.
Point of order. If we're going to accept comments without chair recognizing them,
sorry, I'll raise my.
Ms. Crumick?
I think that in a situation like this where there's a document that we received on, I think, September 17th, that there should have been an effort to get any comments that are substantive, like, are always minor ones, and substantive. It would have been helpful to everyone if they were presented.
Thank you. So we're going to work through these because I think it is this committee's responsibility to approve something today. And we'll just have to, this is going to be painful, but we will go through what has been submitted, discuss it, and vote on each individual wording change. So, Ms. Tarkington, do you want to walk us through?
Well, wait a second, I have to find this too. Since you want to do the red line, is that the way you want to do it?
Well, right now on the table are the budget guidelines that are in our packet. If you want to tell me, make motions for what specifically should be modified in this particular document, we will entertain those motions.
There'd be motions to amend.
I would suggest you don't use, you might skip over your suggested wording changes just for clarity and maybe go to substantive points, but I'll leave that to your judgment.
Did you forward that?
I may be, I'll,
What I have is a PDF.
all right, maybe I didn't forward it to everyone. Let me forward it to people now. Hold on. I will forward it to the people in the room. So. Do you need it, Mike?
I have the paper copy, and I have the
Okay.
electronic copy. While we're waiting for Ms. Tarkington.
So, no,
Go ahead, go ahead.
so I guess we're only looking at, I guess we thought these are the thoughts really of many of us, that tried to reduce the number of words on the first paragraph not being as important, and then just minor word changes in the next paragraph. The paragraph begins this memorandum, so you only want substantive, right?
Yeah.
And so we don't need to discuss that. We have minor changes to the next paragraph. We did add a sentence to this paragraph, which would, is the paragraph that begins
I'm sorry.
town departments, and
Just
that's,
to be clear, if I'm working off our original one, we have to go back and forth. The
well, I
first
was
par-
working off your
So the
original.
first okay, so, I'm sorry, your deletes are there too. So, so the first paragraph, you're making no changes, no motions to change.
The first paragraph we eliminated, more or less.
So are you making motion to change the
Well,
wording?
that isn't substantive because it really doesn't say much.
Well, I'm not going to make, those changes won't be incorporated unless you make a specific motion to incorporate the changes. I just want to clarify the process.
Okay?
Okay?
Great. So we move to delete the first paragraph. The BEP budget out, is it? This is getting complicated, actually, because,
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion to delete the first paragraph by Ms. Tarkington, seconded by Mr. Mason, and your explanation is you want to replace it with a more streamlined version.
more streamlined version of the budget.
Okay? All those in favor?
All right.
Aye.
2. All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. 2 doesn't pass. Second paragraph.
Second paragraph, we had minor changes, including appointing authorities following town and Greenwich departments, which was what you had elsewhere, and eliminating it from the end of the sentence. Again, eliminating another sentence. These I would consider almost Scribner errors, and would move the changes in the second paragraph.
Second.
So what sentence is being deleted?
She's adding appointing authorities.
I changed.
What is that now?
She said something was being deleted.
Right, just, minor words. I'd like deleting appointing authorities from the end of the sentence after Board of Education and putting it where you have it most other places after
You
the
know
town
what, the
department.
document that you sent us with the track changes is not
I know.
from the original one.
Right.
There have been changes before that's made, so we can't
Right,
follow
right.
even
I
what's
agree
been
with that.
done.
I agree with that.
How do I, on an iPad? I'm
There's a
sorry.
little thing down there, Jeff, that says Word.
Let
You
me-
see that thing down there? It says Word? No, on your first screen. Does it, if you put your finger
Yeah,
on the,
yeah.
you see Word?
Yeah, and it brings up the document, but I don't get track changes.
No, you press the thing that says Word, and then you can pull it up into Word, and you have track changes.
Go to your home screen and see if you can open
It's just right there. No, you don't even have to open Word. You just have to press the little
He's doing
thing.
it. He's doing
Oh.
what you're saying, and it doesn't.
It doesn't,
No, it's on the
doesn't bring up
I've
any
never
track
have been
changes.
able to either. Try it. If you open Word, does it?
Hmm?
I can never get track.
If you can open Word on a document.
So I guess the first lesson is helping the Democrats learn how to use the right.
It's not a question of using the laptop, you can pick it up.
Right, but
You
you
can
actually
share
can, Beth, on the iPad, you just put your finger on the screen, the little word thing comes down. If you pull it up out of your.
So
All right.
I think what you're going to need to do, if I may be so bold,
It's just-
is piecemeal. I don't know whether these changes are important or unimportant, but piecemeal, you have to take your changes, take the original draft that's been moved and seconded that's before us, and make your motions to amend item by item. Tell us specifically what words you're adding, what words you're taking away. I'm hoping that you'll minimize it. But there has to be a process of parliamentary procedure here. It-
I'm trying to
So
pull up the right one.
if-
I'm trying to
if-
pull up the right version.
Yeah, if you would work from your red line copy, you could probably do that. you could describe to
No,
us
I
what
don't
we're
thi-
taking
I don't
out
think,
of
I,
what
I
we're-
don't think I can, to be
Oh,
honest with you. I
okay.
can't do
So
it that
actually,
way.
your second paragraph is actually the third paragraph, okay? That at
Right,
least
right.
makes me
Because
put
I
this in place.
eliminated the first paragraph, which really doesn't,
Okay.
so that's what I said.
All right, so I think the only substantive change you have there really is the last, addition of the last sentence. There are some other changes you can go back to make, maybe almost eliminating state grants instead of state grants.
Right. And then I
But
did-
the rest are kind of stylistic things.
That's what I said. They're mostly,
So I would, because we don't really, you can go through the stylistic changes, but I would suggest you just stick to your substantive changes and live with the old style.
okay, so, added a sentence, in addition, the budget has exceeded the Area Bureau of Labor Statistics local inflation rate. For the past 12 months, the regional CPIU rate increased at 1.4%. Just documents,
So there's a motion to add that sentence to the third, what is now the third paragraph. Is there a
Right.
second?
Second.
So, and Kathy, I'll help you with these when we're done. So the sentence again is in, so at the same time, I'm just reading what's before it. At the same time, the state economy has deteriorated,
Deteriorated.
well, that's not in the final one, has worsened, impacting the state's budget, reducing the state's grants previously received by the town. To ensure Greenwich continues, no, you stop the paragraph there, and then you put in addition, the budget has exceeded the inflation rate for the past, and the rate. I guess I don't see adding it, needing to add it here, because it's, we reference that, the
there's no,
inflation rate later.
there's no place here that I'm aware of that the inflation rate, the CPIU, or local Bureau of Labor Statistic numbers referenced in this document that I'm aware of. But if you can find it, then that would be great.
So would you be prepared to limit yourself to try and be specific here of?
I wasn't
you-
prepared for this kind of discussion, Jeff. Just so
Well,
you know.
it comes right out of Robert's rules. I'll get you a copy of it.
Thank you, Jeff, for helping me out. I could have brought my own copy.
So perhaps you might be satisfied if you simply made your motion, a motion to add the two sentences that you have at the end of your second paragraph that start with the in addition and end at
That's
the
what
one.
the motion is.
No, you're reading changes in the
Sorry.
preceding sentence as
That
well.
was just, I was
Okay, well,
I
commenting
just
on
wanted
the
to say that
motion.
on page
It is in here somewhere.
3, on the original, when it was in the packet, we do address the inflation rate.
And what did we say?
Oh,
I'm sorry,
no,
where does
no,
it say it?
I'm wrong.
Yeah, exactly. So I just think that it's important that we have the area.
Why don't you email, if I may? Madam Chair, if I may,
Mr. Mason?
why don't you email your red line document to Roland and have him just print it?
No, because what I think has happened here is the final document needs to be compared with Leslie's final document.
Yeah, the red line is not off
Right.
the one that's in our
Right,
packet,
right.
because there were some additional changes made before you
Right,
started tracking
right,
them.
Right, I agree
Um,
with Leslie on that point.
So it's not in here. I thought it was referenced. It must have been in a prior draft that I'm remembering. I'll agree to that change. We can take a vote to add that sentence, those two sentences. So that was made, motion was made. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Nay. So 3-1,
3-1
that'll
passes.
pass.
No inflation rate, Joe? No inflation rate, Joe?
So.
No, it was 3-1. 3-1 to add it.
So then, the next, so in the document in our packet, in the third paragraph, towards the bottom is a sentence that starts to ensure. Ms. Tarkington, I guess you don't need to make that change, only because I don't view that as substantive, but she made that a separate paragraph and added a few words. So do you want to make that motion, or want to move
So
on?
you're trying to ensure that beginning of
What
it?
you added into
And-
that
And
sentence.
then,
Do you want to make the motion?
I will go on to the next paragraph.
Okay, so now we're on to the
I
paragraph.
do think we should, I will make the motion that we add to ensure after that sentence, the town and BOE needs to control the rate of budget increases, including spending restraints in the current fiscal year 20.
So the only things that are being added are the words, including spending restraints in the current fiscal year 20. The rest of it, the language that appears to me exists in the text that Mrs. Murray already had produced at last meeting.
Yeah. Is there a
Yep.
second?
Sure. Second.
Second. I'm going to vote against that. I don't see that as substantive to change at this point in time.
Okay?
Any additional comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. 2-2, no change. The next paragraph that starts the fiscal 21 budget will not be a status quo budget. You added a,
We added a
do you
sentence.
want to make any motions on that paragraph? Let me do it that way.
Sure. To that paragraph. Yes, because it goes on. So we are requesting that any cost containment so I move that we add the sentences. We are requesting that any cost containment that be initiated in fiscal year 20 be evaluated and implemented. This may include restraint, filling vacated positions. And it goes on. This budget anticipates the implementation of the October 1st, 2020 revaluation in fiscal year 2021-2022, fiscal year 22, and an expected shift in taxation between commercial and residential and between residential districts. It is not only the shift of residential district taxation that must be absorbed, but also the reduction in the number of taxable properties as the tax-exempt 501c3s continue to acquire properties. Many Greenwich families are finding it a challenge to pay property taxes. We must continue to make Greenwich the best place to live, raise a family, start a business, or retire. So it's basically, in summary, it's adding something that this budget is creating, putting it in different words, the base for the taxation in the following year when we're doing our rebound.
Point of clarification?
So first, is there a second to the
Sure,
motion?
second.
Second, Mr. Raymond.
There was a sentence, Mrs. Darkington, that you had added that you didn't just read. If you take a look at your draft, there's the first sentence that's the same in both. The fiscal year 21 budget will not be a status quo budget. Then there's the sentence that reads, the BET is requesting that the first selectman, et cetera. When you just read, you didn't read that sentence. You picked up with the we are requesting language at the top of page 2. Are you not requesting that sentence be added, or was that just an oversight?
What, the B is requesting that the first selectman, including the appointing authorities? Is that what you're talking about? I mean, I just.
He didn't see that the sentence already existed. You added a few words.
I just
So
added
you're
it.
not,
I
she's
just,
not making that.
making it consistent
so-
to the way it was before.
So you're asking that the addition that's been moved and seconded starts with the we are requesting and
Yes.
ends up a paragraph later with or retire, is that right?
Correct. It's basically adding the fact that this is the base for the revaluation.
Thank you, I understand now, thank you.
So,
So discussion on that?
No further discussion.
Okay, can I have a vote? All those in favor?
aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. The highlights, now we're in the highlights of the budget targets next.
So the first one is a substantive. It reduces the BOE operating budget to increases no more than 1.75 to make it consistent with the town.
Second.
So, discussion, I had, on the original, it was 2%, and the reason it was 2% was to recognize that the labor settlement for the Board of Ed is higher than anticipated for the town departments, and that so that the budget increases reflect the situation that the Board of Ed has of paying teachers.
That's correct, but again, we have a situation where we're allowing year after year the Board of Education to have larger increases than the town departments. And so there's more and more of disparity between the balance between the town departments that have been restraining labor increases, restraining, et cetera, And so this puts it back into perspective, still at a rate that's above the inflation rate, which is 1.4% for our area, Bureau of Labor Statistics number.
And if I may?
Mr. Mason?
The, this is on the Board of Ed operating, this has nothing to do with the fixed charges or anything like that. So it's
Correct.
the 100,
163.
no, take out fixed charges, it's 140,
No, fixed charges are, last year's budget was 161 or 163.
okay, this takes it to the operating, and there is a dialogue in town, it's a fair dialogue, that for the last 5-6 years, we have been literally taking from the town side in order to give to the Board of Ed side. There's issues to talk about there, obviously, but this is a challenge. And quite frankly, as hard as we work on the labor contracts, and some of us work pretty hard on them, but
It was an extraordinarily competent team this year.
the problem
Might be
is
myself.
still, if we're still dealing with the challenge of such a large portion of the budget going up, call it north of 3% when you tie all the strings to it. And it's nowhere near CPI, and there's two ways you could do it. The other way is you could allow the town to have higher, or you could bring them down to try to create some kind of equality there. That's what this motion is really about. That's the question we have. It's been a question we've had for a series of budgets. And how do we want to address it? Because, we get departments and they're frustrated. They're like, okay, so the Board of Ed gets to do this and we can't. When we talk about finding efficiencies and getting people to work together and synergies and all that, this is not the best approach.
Mr. Raymer?
So one could argue, I suppose, that every time you spend $1 on the town side, because entities compete for the appropriation dollars, you've taken something from the school side, or every time you spend $1 on the school side, you've taken something from the town side. I don't think anybody doing this budgeting process thinks of those things this way. It is true that in the last year under the old contract, the contract was back-loaded on a 3-year contract. Leslie will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the raise for the last year was something like 3.6%, something in that order of magnitude. And this is a whole new contract. We got done negotiating this contract. It came in at a 2.9% increase effectively. There's a few thousandths in there differential, but for each of the 3 years. And that's a higher rate of increase than the union agreements on the town side. The school's budget is roughly 85% labor. I think I have that about right. Not all of it GOSHA, but about 85% labor. I don't know how you put a cap at 1.75% on an operating department in which you just negotiated the labor contracts at 2.9% for each of the next 3 years. What you're saying is that you want material layoffs. And I'm not sure that's what the town's interest is. I'm not sure that's where the sentiment of the town favors it. I don't know where those layoffs would occur. I don't think particularly people want much larger class sizes or something of that sort. But I just don't think that the equation that you laid out of it's $1 taken from the town side, I don't think that's valid. I don't think people of goodwill should be thinking. I don't mean you, Mike,
No,
I'm talking about you.
and-
I'm talking about the people that you're hearing that from. I don't think people of goodwill would be thinking that way. Or
And
thinking that way.
you're speaking for me on what I'm not cutting anything. You and I both know that during those labor contracts, there was talk of even ideas coming from during the bargaining on ways to find a more efficient way. There was talk about some of the staffing and the terms and what have you. So the point is we're going to have to get there. We just had in the HR committee meeting a healthcare report. And the healthcare report right now is we're running 20% over premiums. And we're getting a 10% increase. There's another item increasing far beyond any rational CPI, whatever it's 1.5, whatever you want to agree to it as being. And this is the point right here where I'm not sure what the Board of Ed takes out of the negotiations and communications they have, but certainly ideas were put on the table. And I think think it's for us to try to foster them if possible.
Can
This
I-
is, it's important stuff.
Let me add just a point of context too. So if you look at Exhibit 1, Exhibit 1 includes the 2.9% increase for the GEA in those numbers. And a level services budget, or just a continuation budget, whatever nomenclature you want to use, it's attached to the back of the guidelines.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
You'll see that the Board of Ed, just no changes, showing a 2.62% year-over-year increase to keep current operations. The town year-over-year operations is 2.27. So there's a 0.4 percentage point difference between the two. So the increase for the Board of Ed operating budget of 2% and the town of 1.75 is actually it hurts the Board of Ed more, because the town has a continuation budget of 2.27 going down to 1.75. That's about a 0.5% percentage point, whereas the Board of Ed going from 2.6 down to 2.0 in the original draft is 0.6 percentage points. They're not increasing the same amount. So the original proposal really hurt, if you will, the Board of Ed more than it hurts the town in total. And so I still believe that's the correct starting point to look at. It does look funny. It does look like the Board of Ed's getting more money, but actually they're not.
As long as you're going to tell Mr. Raymer that your guidelines hurts the Board of Ed more than the town, I'm okay with I'm okay.
It does.
He's got me cutting budgets, and I'm trying to say, I was actually, I knew the math. I'm just verifying, but I knew the math when you had the original draft, and I knew that's exactly what you were doing. I'm just saying, okay, if we're going to take the time to do it, let's do it the right way, because I understand. I think your concern is if they come back and they're over this by 1/10 of a point or 2/10 of a point, there's conversations and dialogue that happen. I get that part. It'll go to the RTM level, and the people will say, well, they're over the guidelines, and their guidelines, they're not carved in granite.
They're
still.
guidelines.
Maybe soon, but not right now. And I thought this was actually going in the same direction you were doing, because I knew what you were doing, because I knew the cost. So, and I'll deviate, not necessarily on the topic. That's why I said on the math and on the guidelines, that's why I asked a month ago. And I'm sorry Ms. Crumick's upset, but I asked a month ago, I said we should have a separate meeting on guidelines, a workshop. And I don't care if you want to even approve the guidelines in the morning or something, in a special meeting. I'll be more than happy to do that. This is the crux. This is the math. Because as I look through the guidelines, the language smiths, the two of you can have at it. But as I look at the guidelines, I say to myself, we need to start backwards. Risk fund. What are we going to do?
Okay, let's focus on each of the, we're going to go through these motions, and then I'm taking a vote on the total guidelines as amended. So that's where we're headed, because in September, we ended that meeting or that discussion saying, please forward your comments on the guidelines in advance of the next meeting, and that really didn't happen in this case, 50 minutes in
And what I'm
advance.
saying to you is,
And we didn't even get it.
without dialogue, the comments are just that. And I think you and I are having a dialogue right now that I think is really germane to the biggest thing in the budget.
So let's take a vote on the change for the Board of Ed budget increase to no more than 1.75% from the 2.0 that it was. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Hey,
Nay.
And I'm abstaining.
Mr. Mason's abstaining. The next substantive change is on that third dot point.
Is a third, and what that does is just the point you were making before, Leslie. You suggested that each organization come up with another $1 million as a percentage of their budget. Or do you want me to read the language first?
It's the same language, it's just you're modifying the numbers.
Just modifying the numbers. And so it does it exactly as it takes the $2 million and it weights it by the percentage in the town and the percentage in the Board of Education. So proposing that the new numbers be $843,000 for the town and $1,157,000 for the BOE, based on weighting it evenly.
Is there a second?
Second.
So originally, when I saw this, did not understand the source of the numbers. I can agree to this change, so I'll vote in favor of this. Any comment, Mr. Raymond?
No, I'm going to vote against it then.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against?
Nay. Passes 3-1.
Passes 3-1. Next one didn't change. The next one, capital expenditures. She added, talking
Together
about
with
timeframes.
justifiable timeframes to implement. It's about soil remediation.
I don't really view that as, I think the same point is there without those
Okay.
words.
I
But
mean,
I
again,
can
this
make,
reflects, you know.
I can agree to that change if you want to make that motion.
Okay, so I'll move, let me
Well-
just make sure I get the right place on my, I move that adding the words justifiable timeframes to implement, whatever it is.
Yeah, together with
Justi-
justifiable timeframes.
Timeframes to implement.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
And first of all, thank you.
Mhm.
So on that, my frustration, I mean, this budget committee did a lot of work the last couple of years. My frustration with the state and getting an answer to an acceptable plan is just, it's here right now.
We're all there.
And I don't know if it's the Board of Ed, I don't know if it's DPW, I don't know what it is at this point, but we have.
Being handled by DPW.
And the schools over at Western too, but
And now we've got Hamilton Avenue.
we've got to.
That's true.
We've got to do
It's-
something.
So
Anyway,
that's a different
So
scope of the problem.
what
but
was the
also-
vote on that?
Mr. Raymer, what's your vote on that?
On this.
This change?
Nay.
All right, so it's 3-1-0. Mr. Raymer opposed.
Okay.
The capital plan.
I'm a
Go to the
contrarian
capital
today.
plan. So the sentence, go ahead and make your motion.
Okay, so the motion would be to add the sentence, the fiscal year 21 budget will likely include only maintenance projects in order to move forward the $44 million previously approved in open BOE capital projects as of September 2019. It's in parentheses, as of September 2019.
So I'm,
That basically is reflecting the fact that 3 major projects have been moved forward, plus many open items, just to focus on the maintenance.
okay, all those in favor? Well, seconded first, Mr. Mason, are you seconding
No,
it?
that, I was going to abstain on the vote, so I'll do it any way you want, but I know the intent here. It's a frustration with getting projects done and prioritizing. I know where it's coming from. So,
Are you seconding the motion?
no, I'll let that second go.
Excuse me?
No.
No, so no
Okay.
second.
But it
Um,
is,
Then,
Okay, new initiatives,
uh,
anything?
okay, so 2 new bullet points. One, the first one. Should I have that? You want me
Well,
to
so
go-
are you making any change in the existing new initiatives? You added
I
3 words.
did add,
If they're not substantive, I would suggest you don't, but it's up to you.
I think in your case, you should look at a couple of these things. That's, you know, I mean, I think you should have pension OPEB costs there, but that's up to you. I think some of these are really
There's a change in the
oversights.
first sentence as well.
Yeah.
A few words added in the first sentence as well.
For cost cutting, right? I
So
mean,
just
Yeah,
tell us
I-
what your motions are.
If you want to make them, I'm not going to make the change only because the focus of that was real area of concerns are sort of on new ones and not as many, well, I shouldn't say that, there's some existing ones there.
Right, they're both, you know, it's
But
kind
they're
of.
sort of out of our
apples and-
control.
Well,
So I'm not going to approve that, make that change, so you can decide whether you want to
Okay.
make that motion or
So-
not. But
I don't think I think we,
whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do.
I think we just move on.
Okay.
Added 2 bullet points. The first one, I move that we add the bullet points, initiatives for hiring restraint and ways to manage town and BOE headcount should be initiated. If these programs can be implemented in fiscal year 20, it will alleviate pressure on fiscal year 21. So I move that. Do you want me to do the 2 as a, together? I think they're easier separate,
Yeah,
whichever you
do
prefer.
one at a time.
Second.
So we're looking at just the initiatives for hiring, Perry.
Yep.
Two sentences. Obviously.
Yes, Mr.
Seconded for
Mason.
discussion.
Yes.
I sense the pressure you feel here because it really shouldn't have anything to do with certified staff due to enrollment changes. I don't think that's what Parkington means.
Mhm.
I know wasn't my point either. Enrollment goes up and they hire. We understand that. I don't think that's what this is intended on it saying, so I think you probably would.
No, what I'm thinking through is clearly these guidelines, as stated earlier, are not status quo. The departments are going to have to constrict themselves in some ways. That includes finance, unfortunately. So that, in one way, they can do it as higher restraint. So this is sort of inherent in what's previously been stated. It's in here as being overt requests to deal with headcount. So I'm just struggling with whether it's
I think, Leslie, that,
helpful.
Again, we didn't try and be directly, but, I think that they can't proceed and put together the kind of budget that we need to have to approve if they don't do some of these things. I think including some of these thoughts and really just helps the process.
So I'll go back to something Mr. Raymer said before. So if you're not supporting this, what you're saying is it's okay for the departments to be hiring people and adding people.
No, I'm not asking that there be no initiative. I'm not asking we have a provision that says there should be no initiatives for hiring restraint. The question is whether or not it needs to be specially mentioned. I candidly don't feel strongly about this matter. I feel like it's gratuitous and unnecessary, but lest I have a completely isolated relationship from my friend Leslie Tarkington, I'm going to vote in favor of this one.
Okay, so let's take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I will also vote in favor. Okay.
And then I added we all added another bullet point, but it's in this version. Programs such as tax collection for those in arrears must focus on taxes that are 12 or more years in arrears so the town does not lose its right to collect. So there currently is a program, but we sort of lost focus on properties that we will lose at 15 years the right to collect the taxes. And this just identifies an area of revenues that we don't want to, have deteriorate as it is at the moment.
So the plan is to communicate to our citizens that they should stop paying taxes for 12 years.
No, that isn't the plan.
Oh.
But remember,
Well,
this is,
first let
we're
me ask
working with
if-
departments.
Mr.
remember?
Mason, you're seconding this?
I'll second it because there's a, so we know what's happened this year.
We do know.
We know.
And we know what happened before, too.
Okay, so we're trying to make things better. So we know we have a budget adjustment to make because we have more revenue to account for this year, but we know that a certain portion of the future uncollected taxes have been collected, so we have a budget adjustment to make. So certainly something in the guidelines has to say, hey, to everybody, you're going to see a number change. The issue we have that I see here is that this is right now we have a law committee working on drafting a policy to change what's going on. So there's some exemptions from the new process we're following. That's in draft right now. Our chair ordered that to be done, which is good. So what are we going to do about this? How are we going to address this as a policy? Because right now, there is nothing that says if you're 1 year in arrears that we're going to embark on this process.
Well, you don't need that in judgment.
I'm not against you on that. I'm just saying somewhere along the line we
And-
have to address it.
And even to your first point, I think maybe a year from now in guidelines, if you think, and you may, I may even agree with you, that the collection of the $4.25 million will dent the traditional collection of about $1.25 million, which we've been collecting in every year. Your conclusion is that
Whatever the numbers are.
we're guessing that's now, a year from now, looking forward to the following year, we're guessing that year will have revenues at $500,000 less because they were taxes that were collected back in the prior year
Correct.
by our majority, I don't know that I agree, but if we as a majority feel that this is a subject area, of something he's embarked on that we want to speak to and set a policy, under the charter, we have the prerogative to do so. But that is not a conversation for guidelines or for us here tonight.
Other than we have to adjust revenue.
I don't think so.
All right, let's take a vote.
So
Let's take
this is one to focus on the properties that are truly in arrears. I mean, right now, there are a list of these properties.
Okay, so let's vote on this. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against?
Nay.
Nay.
I'm going to abstain.
And an abstain. All right, now the longer description of the budget guidelines. So,
So
No, that's right. I mean,
I think they're
Actually-
minor wordsmithing things in the first paragraph,
Yeah.
so.
Let
Well,
it
maybe
go.
you'd let him go?
What?
Yeah, she's letting it go.
I so just said,
Okay,
so the
sorry.
second paragraph, would like to propose that rather having range of 2.5% to 4, that that sentence be changed, modified to read, the BET anticipates a mill rate increase, and this would be our proposed change, not to exceed 2.75%.
So I
Is there
would
a
offer-
second? Is there a second?
Second.
Can I ask how you expect to do that? But anyway, Mr. Raymer, you were going to make a comment.
No, I'll offer a different amendment in a minute, but let's dispose of this one way or the other first.
I think that, this is the mill rate we have now. We're talking about bringing down some of these costs. If we can, then this is feasible. If we can't, then this is not feasible. So the other parts you have in here, how much are we going to basically be consistent? So that's a question that's rhetorical, I guess, to you all.
I mean, think about our past guidelines, which have ranges, because it gives us there are things that occur and pop up between what we know now and we don't know a lot now in February and March. And while I think the guidelines as drafted really talked about a year of restraint and communicated that, it still acknowledged that there are things we don't know and new things that have to be added. So I'm concerned because to approve it max
So
2.7.
I'm going to speak for this budget committee.
Mhm.
This budget committee's been through the trenches together. That was a compliment, Mr. Raymer. So
Thank
let's
you.
assume that every 1% mill rate change is $3.7 million. So if you want to go to 4, that's 4 times 3.7, that's a lot of money, whatever that is. 3, 6, 9, 12, 1.4, 13.4, and another 14, that's 14-something million dollars. Okay?
14.8.
14, thank you. Glad I brought you. Now, 2.75, the only difference between that 14.8 would be 3.7 and half of that, call it 1.8. The number is 5 point something. We're talking about a $5 million difference. The problem is we've changed the way we operate because, as we know, we're going to have a fund balance conversation, a risk fund conversation. We're going to have all of that. And then, at the end of the day, some people may want to, when they set the mill rate, do something which we talk about at another time. I think that conversation needs to happen now. I remember distinctly that night saying, if we have fund balance, uncommitted fund balance, I remember saying it that night, we should decide, it should start with us, right here and now, if we're over our range, if we consider ourselves to be over our range, we ought to decide right here and now, not politically, right here and now, what's our intent to do that? Okay? Because in the last 2 years, we've switched roles twice. It's kind of fun to watch it.
And may do it again.
No, I'm trying to get away from that. And I know you believe in my sincerity
I
of
think
that.
that's actually healthy, that we have verbally disagreed. Under certain circumstances, we've swapped positions back and forth on whether or not to be limiting mill rate increases out of fund balance or
So the question is, it's not in guidelines, you can't put it in guidelines. But the rest of the BET has to know that shouldn't be the last question. It's been the last question. The 2.75, I'm not wedded to the number. I would certainly like our bill rate change to be something closer to CPI. Can we get it down to 1.4? No, we can't. It's just not unless we have a drastic wholesale reduction in services. But with that said, I think if you put out a range that goes, I think the range is 2.5 to 4. I think that's just going to scare people.
And so I'm going to propose, after we've disposed one way or the other of Mrs. Tarkington's motion, I'm going to propose a subtle change to have it read 2.5 to 3 3/4, 2.5 to 3.75, just because I think that the 4.0 is an upsetting figure. It's exactly what you were just saying. I don't know that I solved that problem with the 3.75.
And I don't mean upsetting just in the headlines. I mean upsetting
Oh, I-
when the real bills get there.
I think both are correct.
Correct. And the thing is, what I'm saying is, your quarter of a point is 25% of 3.7 million, whatever that is. Less than $20 million.
I think,
100,000.
I think you should have, if you want to do that, Jeff, I think you should lower that range even to 3.5 or something. Because, again, the 2.75 was suggested within our caucus, having the one number. But I do think that a range of 3.75 in today's environment, our taxpayers are not expecting that kind of tax increase in this coming year. And I think we better be realistic as a committee, what we can do together to, come in. Because again, I repeat, that this is the base year for what then happens in the rebound year. And that, I think, is going to be a very tough year for many of our
I need then to understand.
property owners.
What are the programs and services that you to achieve that figure? I'm talking about numbers which I fear, concern, are going to be numbers we'll be looking at. What's happening at the state has never frightened me. I feel like we deal perfectly well with that. We're isolated against that. But I worry genuinely about the building negative fund balance at Nathaniel Witherell. I worry about the look over in poor Pete's direction at the ruminations that we hear from the retirement board to change some of the assumptions still further that are going to increase those numbers. And I'm not saying they're necessarily wrong with those conclusions. I'm only thinking of the large numbers that we have to accommodate here to achieve those. And I worry about whether or not the course of events on the medical insurance, already a $55 or so million ticket, on the medical insurance, whether or not in the next year they're going to say, let's not do this on a countywide basis, let's do this on a town-by-town basis, and our increase won't be 10%, it'll be 17%. Or to use the number you used, I don't think was quite the right number, but 20%.
Whatever.
I mean, those are frightening things.
And guess
the
what?
pension plan, the medical insurance, the shortfall at Nathaniel Witherell,
Okay,
those are big numbers.
So this group is going to go through all of those things, and those two gentlemen are going to help us. The point I'm trying to make right now is, last year we had a range. We fell within the range when we're done with the budget, correct? And we get to bill rate day, and we do something that was just arbitrary and random for obvious reasons. I don't want to do that. I want to take that out now. I want to answer that question right here and now.
Well, I probably will be disposed in May of next year to, assuming that we still have that excessive fund balance, to use some of that fund balance to pay down the mill rate. And that won't matter to me whether or not I have Republicans or Democrats in control. It's not
I get it,
political.
I get it.
It's an honest desire to take some of the excess tax and
Then
reimburse
why do
it
you
to
want
taxpayers.
any guideline percentage? Why don't you write that to the public and say, when I get to May, I'll decide how much of the fund balance I want to do, what your taxes are going to be. And I'm looking at Ms. Moriarty here, who I know is a planner to the point. And I'm saying right now, she should be saying, okay, let's make this decision early on and decide what we
Well,
plan on doing. with it.
Let me just jump in here, because I do certainly have some ideas of what I think we're going to need to do in February. I do think when Jeff talks about buying down the mill rate, he's thinking the same thing. 3 million for the risk fund that we're going to need. I think that doesn't get taxed initially if we have money in the fund balance we're comfortable giving up. The plan to address the historical losses at Nathaniel Witherell, the 4 million that we will have to make up at some point in the revolving fund, I don't want to fund that all in 1 year, but I can see where some of that comes out of fund balance. But I can't make that decision today without knowing what the rest of it looks like, because I don't know where the fund balance is. You can see on Exhibit 1, there was a line there for risk fund without a number. The idea was going to be introduced there. There are so many balls in the air when you think about what we have to decide. I want this range to reflect something that we can live with. And if we go, I don't think we can live with 275. I'm not comfortable that we can get to the services our residents want and attain 275, given all the new things we're throwing in here and the headwinds we have in a couple of areas. Now, every year we've been surprised, but as we know, the departments have started returning less money than they used to. They're meeting our numbers, but by cutting their not excess in the budget, but the contingency we want them to live with, so we're not facing interim appropriations in May from every department. So I think I want the flexibility, and a max of 275 is not going to give me that comfort.
I said a targeted mill rate increase of 2.75.
No, it says not to exceed in the current wording.
That's what we
That says to
talked about.
Okay, so here's what first of all, on what you want to use fund balance for and what I want to use it for, we might not agree on all of it. But I always think I have a commitment to work. But what I don't want to have happen is I don't want to get in front of the BET talking about guidelines and talking about the most important thing we're talking about right now is what we're talking about now. And say, look, that's what they want. They want this range of whatever your number is, 2.5 to 3.5, whatever your number is. And say, it really doesn't matter because when it gets time to set the mill rate, they're going to do whatever they think they need to do out of fund balance, and that's not good. Because that's not good government.
These people will try and work budgets in the parameters that they think they're state guidelines. We watched the school board last year writhing and wrestling with the fact that they came up with a number which was a little higher than our guidelines. And there was some pushing and shoving and it pushed us back or whatever. But there's an awareness in these departments, so we need to tailor ours to what the BET said 8 months ago.
So then, why don't you amend the motion to say our targeted guidelines are X without any additional use of fund balance? I feel I say this quite a bit. I feel I'm fighting something that I didn't create. It's $3 million.
If we made, I mean, if I made the range 2.5 to 3.5, could I get a 4.0 on that?
Probably. I wouldn't make it a cap, I would make it a target.
A target.
I'm
I'd
sorry
say
to change
targets.
Leslie's motion, I'm sure.
Targets
That's a
and mill rate
scrivener error you
increase.
can fix, but
Maybe
But
Ms.
you need-
Tarkington would amend her motion to read that, and she could have a successful motion on that very important point. here.
But whatever we do, Leslie, I mean this from the heart, we don't fix things that we kind of, I'm going to say this and not to get Mr. Raymer upset. If we don't make things better for things that we should have done better in the past, let's fix it now. Let's not make the same mistake again.
So
Fund
what's-
balance is a number that's not going to grow like it used to grow. We know that. We see it. You just said it with the departments. We need to say, you should probably think about how you address fund balance, because once we start using fund balance, the departments are going to say they're going to do whatever they want to do. It doesn't matter.
Well,
Just
keep
admit it.
also in mind, just math, our fund balance targets are a percent of our operating budgets.
Right.
Our operating budgets are continuing to increase.
I know.
At some point,
The
even
same
without
number
using
gets
fund
smaller.
balance,
I know, but we're
we'll be
still-
within that. We're still above it,
Even
but
And we have a
spending goes up.
negative,
Don't worry.
we have a
It's still
negative
But
trend,
it
which
doesn't
isn't
matter.
good
We
for
don't
the
have
rating
even
agency.
at, what's our rate, 10, 5 to 10?
5 to 10 still.
We don't have to keep it at 10, it could be 9.
Yeah.
It's okay.
But it's declining.
Okay, so do you want to
I'm
revise
saying,
your motion?
yeah, I will revise my motion, to-
I guess you would,
if I can get a second. I'm
sorry,
going to
what's your
revise
motion?
my motion to say the BET targets a mill rate, wait a second, a mill rate
I'll tell you what,
in the range of
Would-
5.5% to 3.5%.
you're changing, would you please glance an eye at the draft that was put forward by Mrs. Moriarty? The targets has a different impact than the anticipates. I'd like to stay with your anticipates. I'm inviting you to make a motion to amend the 4% to read 3.5%.
So it goes from 2.5% to 3.5%.
Correct.
So 1%.
But leave the rest of her
So 1%
verbiage.
So I will make that motion
Okay.
to change that number and Ms. Moriarty's
Did-
draft to go from 4% to 3.5%.
Correct. So the thing will be talking about a range of 2.5 to 3.5.
2.5 to 3.5. So
Right.
you second that, Jeff?
I'll second that.
Second, aye, third, whatever.
It'll get a 4-0 vote.
all right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And
Correct.
we officially withdrew the prior motion.
Yeah, we
So
withdrew
she
the other
amended her
one. No,
motion,
no, no,
yes.
no.
Just for the
No, no, no,
motion.
no, no.
Can
I
we
just withdrew.
revise? You
I
withdrew
withdrew
it.
it. And
Okay.
then instead of using this, I used just
yeah.
as we did.
I have
just
the
as we
words,
talked.
I have the words. I just want to, when they're in the minutes,
You
as
know, at the start
withdrawn.
of the meeting, everybody's a little frustrated because of the red line and the copiers. There's no intent to do anything other than fix, so we don't, so in
If
February
we
we
had
get to
gotten
the meat
this
and
a week
potato. I
early, this
understand
would have
that.
been a lot easier.
Didn't work out
Okay.
that way, for
All
many
right.
reasons.
So,
So this goes on.
so I don't think we need to make a motion about the split between the town and the Board of Ed here, because we made it previously. So your previous motion will impact all repetition of the same split, okay? So now we're into new areas of concern, new initiatives and areas of
So
concern.
these are just kind of, in the first one, we agree with you, but we change our language such that it is, doesn't attract synergy. So this is a
Can
focus
I-
for the town and DOA to
Can I
to
ask a
coordinate.
favor here?
You know?
Can you just go to substantive ones? Because I'm going to make a motion that the two Leslies, before our full BET meeting, get together and agree on the language that they want?
No, you can't do that.
No, I think we can.
No, you can't do that.
I think we can.
No, we have I have a motion, we have an item which is on the floor.
I understand that, but
Mr. Kramer's not delegating his authority.
So-
let's
so-
keep going.
No, I mean, I
Let's
gladly
just
delegate
sign
to you.
I just,
Anything
I
you
just
want.
want to,
I would like to
deal
keep-
with the math. You guys can
I know, I want to just keep going because we have to give a
Okay.
document for the chair to
Cybersecurity,
consider.
do you want me to go through that?
Um,
I think that they dealt with it
That's,
What page are you on now?
I'm on cybersecurity,
What
page 3.
Page 3 of both drafts. In the case of
New areas, new initiatives and areas of concern, cybersecurity.
the first bullet point on each.
So I'm
So the prior draft listed schools in St. Wither and libraries.
Right.
And you wanted to take out that
Yeah,
reference?
and just say cybersecurity is a focus area rather than significant concern.
There's sort of a-
And this was suggested
We're trying
by
to
Deborah.
I get it, I get it.
I know you do. I know you
To
do.
me, it's like 6 and 1, they're the same, but I have no problem, I suppose, with the revised language of saying the same thing. So you're making a motion to revise cybersecurity as presented here.
Right.
Is there any problem?
No.
Okay,
So,
so
yes,
LT and
favor,
M,
aye.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
4-0. It's going to be fun minutes to write.
I guess on the next one, we wanted to take the emphasis over the BET doing this, and rather that this be done by the, first selectman and the BOE. But,
I'll let you read it, obviously, second.
Just adds the last sentence, right? Oh, sorry, no, it deletes the
It
last
deletes.
sentence.
deletes the last sentence.
And here's second, just, 'cause I think this is something we may actually agree on. We may want to, but we can't didn't come from much Leslie and I, this came actually from an actual caucus where there's.
I'm fine. I think I prefer that because I think it has to, you get buy-in and it would work better. Clearly, the way that this board had approached that recommendation the past couple of years was a non-starter. So this was intended to back off what had been proposed,
Right.
was to force something,
Right.
saying recommend working together. I'm not sure they need to work together. We'll have to see what happens, but.
I agree.
Okay.
So this would just
I would
encourage-
agree to take out that, it's really just taking out the last change, the
Right.
last sentence.
And we added like the word will encourage, the BET will encourage, rather than like to consider, would encourage. But that's, you know,
I would prefer not to make those other changes.
Okay.
Especially preferably in fiscal '21, this all refers to that, but just to delete the last sentence, if you're okay with that?
fine.
Aye.
I, we,
What's your next change, Leslie?
I just, the next one is just something that you could.
Where are we? 'Cause
On BOE special education, this is just a substitute of the fiscal year 19
Oh, it's a whole new
for
paragraph.
last year.
This is a brand-new paragraph.
Oh, let's not bother with my time voting.
You just do it, right? Last
sorry,
year.
what?
It just makes it less confusing.
I'm sorry, this is a brand-new paragraph. You're
No, it's not
No,
brand
no,
new
it's not.
paragraph.
Changing the words last year to fiscal
No, I'm sorry.
In
Oh, I'm
whatever-
sorry, I got
Okay.
myself lost.
Okay.
And so
sooner or
what is
later,
happening?
Jeff's gonna come around.
I'm not
and
going
just-
to move that, but just do it. You know, isn't that Scrivener? Isn't it better to have it read?
I'm sorry, what is the change?
It's a clarifying, rather than last year, depending on when you read it, fiscal 19, substituting. It's not, Nathaniel Witherall,
So that's aye, right? 4-0?
Yes.
4-0.
Okay, thank you.
The next one was Nathaniel Witherall. And,
The last sentences are different.
right,
Yeah.
we eliminated the last sentence, BET requests Nathaniel Witherall management focus, and substituted the sentence, the Nathaniel Witherall Strategic Planning Committee is expected to provide recommendations to the BET, the budget to reflect these recommendations.
I won't agree to that.
No.
I'm sorry, you don't want that? You're on the committee, Jeff.
Yeah, but I don't, that's not what's happening there.
It is my expectation, or what I would hope the Nathaniel Witherell Committee does, is to provide what the alternatives are. Doesn't need to provide a recommendation. It's not the BET that's going to push for, that can implement that recommendation.
I would, after tonight's presentation, I'm a little different on this. I would say we just skip this one right now. But,
Well, we need to put something in the
well,
guidelines.
you have
So
something
what I
there, but.
have in there is fine, as you're saying?
Yeah, so
Well-
if there's no motion to amend, there's no amendment.
What I have here is tactical for the operation. It's
I
not what the
know,
BET intends to do. And these guidelines, I know, have multiple
So
audiences, but the
there's no
target
second, we
one.
can move on.
Go
Right?
back to that again.
He's reminding me of my job. So there's a motion on the floor to make the change to the Nathaniel Witherell section. Is there a second?
Second.
See? Why did you do that?
Okay.
You want to go back and,
So,
I just, I don't think it's our job, one, to tell the committee what it's doing. Secondly, to dictate that the budget's going to impact those things. I mean, the recommendations could be a 5-year recommendation. I just think it's jumping ahead, and it's not appropriate. Let's take a vote. All those in favor? All those against?
Nay.
Nay. All those abstaining?
Aye.
just 1-2-1? I didn't hear
No,
that.
022.
022.
Oh, 0-2-2. Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay, all right, waste management cost. Deleting a request for an analysis of tipping fees, right? And adding instead the improved recycling. Let's, Do you want to make the motion first of all? You're going to
So
move that?
moved.
Sure. So,
Okay.
okay, so Mike, move this one? Moving it along. And I'll second it.
I, I know that there's been prior discussions on tipping fees. It keeps coming back up. People feel, some people know a lot about it, other people don't. I think asking for an analysis of it would be helpful for the community, and I'd like to see the analysis remain.
I'm the one on record saying, I've never seen a number on tipping fees. I'm the one that said that. So I appreciate what you did. But if we're not implementing it, if somebody wants to implement it, they have to do that.
I don't know how I know whether I want to implement it if I don't
But
have any
it's
figures.
not, but it's not for us to implement.
It's not, you're right, it's not an action of BET, so I'm going to say the opposite of what I just said on
I know,
Nathaniel
I know,
Witherell.
I know.
But I think if we don't call for it, it's not going to happen. It gives the RTM, which is the one who has the power, and Board of Selectmen, I think, would have to rule first
Yeah, 'cause it's
for a
fee. They
regulation, a
haven't set an
fee.
ordinance.
But
Yeah, this
let's put the data out there and put either the issue to rest or let those powers that be know it. And I think it's, so it doesn't have to,
My
anyway.
heart says, people are gonna see that, and they're gonna say, the BET wants tipping.
Right.
I don't think
this
that's
is-
what you're saying.
I think that there's too many things in this
I am
budget.
saying I would like to see figures on tipping fees.
That's, I am,
Well, implicit in that is, at the right figure, they would be interested.
I understand that, but I think what this is saying, this is something I read, and I thought about. I think that statement says, we the BET want to see the numbers on tipping fees, and I think we're saying we want to see tipping fees. I can't say that, I have no, I'm not against getting the information.
So then I would suggest amended language to say,
What would you say?
so here it says, in addition to proposals for an outreach
Wait, now,
campaign.
wait a
So I'm
second.
going back to the original. In addition to a proposal for an outreach campaign to reduce waste, the BET, in response to question raised by other town bodies or by the RTM, request an analysis. So it acknowledges that it's not coming from us, or only coming from us.
I appreciate the attempt, I'm still thinking, I don't want to send a message out that we're asking to implement tipping.
Okay?
I think there's too many things to accomplish in this budget without creating this controversy.
And-
Yeah, but if the board of selectmen come to us with it, and they say they want to do it, then we have to act, then we have to get the info, then we have to make those decisions. It's just
So
the process.
the second change as part of that motion is adding a sentence about improving recycling.
It was trying to,
What would be expected in that, given that we're not getting any money for recycling, it costs us money now?
well, we could reduce our costs. I mean, isn't that the idea? That they're trying to, I mean, we have very high-quality disposable stuff. I mean, that's one of the advantages we've had so far, and to keep it. I mean, I was out there on Saturday, and they've taken away one of the numbers of plastic.
So I think part of this is, I think when you raise something like this, you have to know what your objective is and why, and I don't think it's
To keep the
clear
high
in
quality
here.
of the, we can elaborate
Well,
how you would want it. To keep-
anyway, I'm going to vote against both these changes, so
Okay.
we don't have to spend,
Okay.
I have enough information. So let's take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
The next one is just another scrivener. You can use applique
Oh.
everywhere, I'm not
What is
making
this
a
now?
motion.
Just, yeah, no, don't make a motion, just fix that.
Oh, appointing authorities, is that?
Healthcare.
So
Healthcare.
healthcare.
And I think it just adds one sentence at the end. Healthcare expenses are reflected in the town's cost of other post-employment.
Right.
That's all. People don't know.
I think that's,
We know it, but just constantly people are asking
Okay,
me
I
about.
mean, I can accept this. So you're making that motion,
I'm making the
and
motion to
Mike's
add the
your,
sentence.
Yes, yes, yes.
Mike's seconding it. We're going to add a sentence there. All those in favor?
Where are you on, well, where are you on this?
In the healthcare expense, I'll add it, it doesn't,
Healthcare
Yes.
expenses
This
are
is really
reflected in the
dictated
town's
for
cost of other
RTM.
post-employment.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, you're a yes, Jeff?
Yeah, I'll go yes, 4-0.
Okay, now additional areas for consideration.
You want to call the fire department, get some crowd control here?
I think there's more exciting things going on this
This
evening
is a
than,
record for budget guidelines. Nobody is interested. Okay. Cost-saving
I
initiative.
don't know where my thing went. I
Um,
had it out here, now it's,
So the first dot point.
Well, she has a few words at the end of
wait a second,
paragraph
I've
one.
lost it totally, guys.
Just at the very end,
I
they're
can
not
share if
important,
you
but there's a
need.
couple of words. You making that motion?
She has to find it and document it first.
Well, it's on the red line copy right in front of you.
Oh, Jeff, come on. come on.
I hate to say it, but as as the BET iPads get kind of tuckered out, we ought to think about the Pro, because it takes care of all these.
Mine only stays up. Pretty soon it's gonna be dead
Yeah,
again.
the batteries are starting to get weaker.
Mine is really a problem.
We don't have money in the budget for that. Sorry, guys.
That's on page 7, you'll get to it.
Okay. All right. So in the introductory paragraph,
You added a few
you
words,
added
Leslie.
be included in department budget discussions. I think that's implied, but
Does that require a separate motion, Leslie? Leslie Tarkington?
do you want to make the change to the introduction?
Let it go.
I mean, you know, again, some of these, are, you know, I don't strongly about it, you know, I can
Okay,
move on.
first stop point.
And then-
Future initiatives for shared services.
I think that's-
So,
I think, Leslie, you shortened that one.
a combination. Did I shorten that, or did someone, no, I didn't do it, someone else did it.
No, I didn't do it. I thought that was
You
one.
took out the upfront
Right.
investment reference.
Skip it for now, if we're not. I thought that was one Leslie shortened.
Sorry, on the first bullet point, she's changed the language of it.
Are
We
are
have
you
the
making a
same place
motion now or not? So
No.
no motion, that second dot point. That's new, right? Oh, no, that's what was the third one, okay. So did the second dot point get deleted completely? Programmatic changes which can be incorporated?
I think you had that one, and Leslie took it out, because I think it's been said
Oh,
everywhere.
you had it, you duplicated. I
You
think
had it
There were
said
two that
somewhere
were
else.
duplicated the language exactly, from one place to another.
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
And,
What is that?
and so, you know, you might just check. The only point is, if it duplicates it exactly, you don't want to do it twice.
No, but where does it say it again?
Well,
In-
it
in-
said it near
in-
the beginning.
It's
You've got it
already
under
said.
the, you know,
Well, see, we have the highlight section, which
Right,
we
but-
kind of do repeat the
but
highlights
some,
when we
in
talk
some
about
cases, they were
guidelines.
exactly identical.
So I have to reword,
So
just
just-
because it's identical, the thought is the same. But I don't think it should be deleted because we want them to provide that information.
Well, then maybe you need to delete it up of the other place. It shouldn't be identical in two places, whatever. You had a couple bullet points like that.
Okay,
That's
the next
just
one.
good.
that
So
starts
are
with-
you making that motion to delete that dot point? I will vote against it.
Might as well.
Why don't you rather, I'm not going to make a motion. Why don't you just check to
Once
make
we
sure?
vote on something and it
It's-
goes,
it's there.
it's final,
It's
I
there.
really don't have the
Okay.
wiggle room to make changes.
No, and we don't trust her to do so.
Exactly. You shouldn't.
You
So-
don't. You
So
don't.
I moved that we delete it.
All right, so
Second.
delete.
I'm telling you, Leslie, there's,
I know it's a little repetitive because last year we added the highlight section because we felt like, so, but I'm going to vote against it just because I don't know whether it hangs together without it.
Call a vote.
Vote on that? I assume, Mike, you seconded it, right?
yes.
Okay, all those in favor?
A vote in favor is to delete that.
Is to delete the one about programmatic changes.
Aye.
Leslie?
It's 2-2.
Aye?
Aye.
2-2. Okay, then the third one, technology
Say it
initiative.
didn't change.
Oh, no, there is
You
something
added
different.
it.
Yeah.
It did.
No, it just did it.
Because in effect of the town service, it may be implemented immediately by departments.
I want to know, are you making that motion, first of all?
I mean, it's not material. Look.
All right, so let's go to the next one. Each
And the next one
department,
isn't
not
material
material
either.
Staffing focus didn't change, I don't think, no.
There's
Certified
no changes
staff.
there.
um,
Just get rid of that first clause. That doesn't, it's not needed.
This
what?
one.
Just
Or
say,
good.
it is expected that. Just start out with capital C, changes in certified staff. I'm not going to make a motion.
All right.
So paragraph 3 has an additional 2 sentences.
Yeah,
at
and
the
then,
end.
here I will, past enrollment reductions without reduction to cost should be netted.
What does that mean?
That means that, every time we've had increases in students, we've added to their budget, but whenever there have been declines in the student body enrollment, we've never, there's always excuses where you can't take away a teacher because, the kids are spread out in 3 different schools.
That's
or
not an
whatever.
excuse, that's a fact, but okay, I'm not going to support this change. But the motion, Ms. Tarkington put
The
on the
motion to
table?
add the last 2 sentences.
Right, Mr. Mason? Second. Only because that's not correct. It's not that they haven't attempted, they just haven't done a teacher per student 1-to-1 ratio.
Well, the good news is that the student enrollment is still declining.
Call a
It's
vote.
about the same. All those in
Getting
favor?
really hungry. Call a vote.
I vote
Aye.
2-2.
Nay.
Nay. Departmental.
I think this is unchanged, paragraph 4. Am I
Well,
right?
they
This is-
deleted the,
We left the other one in there, and this one is basically,
This looks like it's
So
the
number-
same.
this is very
Remember-
similar.
4 is the same.
The management of large construction projects, we deleted it and we,
I'm looking at paragraph 4, which is equivalent to paragraph 6.
But first we want to deal with.
no,
the
because,
two
the management of large construction projects, that,
I'm sorry.
that was the
I'm sorry.
one,
I'm sorry.
these two are
Right, they're
really
the same,
identi-
there's the same as the others because the other is a highlight section and this is intended to be all the issues. So as long as we have that structure, I think you have to keep it in there to make sure it gets addressed.
Okay, then I would suggest that you go back and copy, since this one has changed, I think we
Okay,
changed the
to
last.
adopt the same language as we changed in the other one,
Yep.
that's fine,
And then I guess you want to do the same thing with cyber, since you repeated it in 2 places too?
that's fine.
So make it just, okay, so I'm not going to make a motion to delete. You're going to, do I need to make a motion here to say?
Yeah, we need a motion.
say-
Okay, so
Same
a motion for the 2 paragraphs, management of large construction projects and cybersecurity, that they duplicate the paragraphs that we all agreed to in the earlier sections.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We just saved a lot of ink.
All right, so, number 4 didn't change. Revenues didn't.
Yeah, wherever it is.
Leslie
Yeah.
took something out of
Revenue.
I
revenue.
did. I
Change.
took the sentence, the town should examine its revenue sources to determine if new or increased fees should be considered.
Yeah, but see, that one there, again, that's just, it's not us. And does that send, I'm not trying to disagree with you, but does that send a message we want to see fees go up? I don't, that's Board of Selectmen and
I'm
schools.
actually all right with it. You really say it in the second sentence too, anyway.
The town,
Well,
She's deleting the first sentence.
delete the first sentence, it just says, the town and BOE should review revenue sources and rates for services to more closely match expenses for that service. I added where appropriate at the end of it. I think that says it.
So it is eliminating a request for the Board of Selectmen to review their sources of revenues to see if it's
No,
complete.
because the next sentence is the town and BOE should review revenue sources and rates for services to more closely match expenses, doesn't it?
I get
All right, I guess
it. I get it.
no one else is going to worry about the wording of that as much as we are.
Right.
I don't care either. So
4-0.
So where's
And-
that?
Delete the first sentence, 4-0.
And add where appropriate to the end.
That's fine.
Okay.
So you get Jeff to agree when he's hungry. Keep
Yeah.
that in mind.
Yeah.
Oh,
New
quick,
programs,
quick, quick,
new
quick.
programs and services.
Should delete the first sentence again,
should
it looks like.
delete-
Oh, no, it's not.
New
It's a
programs or
change of word.
services should not be implemented unless they are offset by modification or discontinuation of older programs and.
Are you making that motion?
No, I can't support
I can't support that. Are you going to make the motion?
No, we'll skip it.
Okay.
I
Grants
thought the
didn't change.
RR funds, if we start saying that we're going to send things to the RTM, here we are reviewing it and we are going to approve it. So I think we don't need the additional redundant sentence that the budgets will be included in the budget documents.
I think that was carried over from last year.
Previous,
So
yes.
I move that we remove that
Delete the
sentence.
last sentence, sure. It's from.
Okay, okay.
So that's
All right,
4-0?
4-0, I think. Mr.
Yes,
Mason
yeah.
seconded.
Yes.
Okay, fiscal 21, the description of Exhibit 1.
I mean, head count, I don't really care. BOE certified staffing levels have not been modified. I mean, if you want to have a redundant sentence there, I'm not going to make a motion.
This
Yeah.
is describing what's in Exhibit 1. I'd like to
Yeah.
keep it in.
I appreciate that. Can you, both of you, take me through number 3? It's not the language, this is,
No, so if you go back to the original language, where it says assumes a 2.9 increase for teachers and 2.5% for other employees.
yep,
The reason, I don't know if you're referring to the fact that the percentages are different on the chart.
Yeah, they are different on the
That's
chart.
because the new positions line
It's bold.
from last year gets folded into this year's existing positions. And that, those are, so for teachers, for example, they have 315,000 of new positions in current year budget. When I put that into the teachers line, I'm assuming they're all teachers, that may not be true, but that's the assumption I use. I then gross that up another 2.9%.
because Leslie has a higher, this Leslie went to 3.3 trying to use the actual, so what, the language is the same as I see it. The 2.5 for the other employees is accurate, the other 2% is correct.
Well, it's
Which number's right?
It's 2.59. I believe we did those numbers together.
Is it
Roland.
2.9 or 3.3? Leslie Tarkenton did.
It's not 2.9, it's 3.23 is the actual number.
So then, the document, then Leslie T's motion is correct.
So is mine.
No, you have 2.9.
It is a 2.9%. It's not, all right, so it's,
If you look at the exhibit.
it's the wording. But I think it should say 2.9, refer to that number, not 3.23, because that's the number that the RTM just approved, or will be approving, of the teacher contract. And that's the number that will resonate them. The 3.23 has to get explained as to why it's correct, but it is correct,
But it is correct.
because it's adding last year's new positions.
What would the two of you like to do? Because I could see this one, somebody's going to catch this. Neither one of you is wrong.
How about I would start with my language, assumes a 2.9% wage increase for teachers and 2.5% for other employees.
Roland, is that works? Okay, so that's fine.
So inserting the word wage.
Mostly steps. Right.
It's 1.6, GWI 1.3
It's not
steps.
accurate if you say a wage increase to 2.9. Most of
You're
that
right.
is, it's 1.6 and there's 0% wage increases for all the steps except for the last one.
So
It's incorrect to say.
so what's the
wage
right word?
increase.
Cost
Leave it
increase?
alone.
Why don't we just say,
You
assumes a
work on it, right?
3.3
Yeah,
increase
that
for
is-
teachers?
There's-
Why don't we just
a lot
say
of people aren't getting
3.23,
wage
whatever the
increases,
number
they're
is,
getting step
Leslie?
increases. It's
Because
the
that's
people
going
at
to
the
set
top
people
are
off
getting
that
the
it's
wage
higher than
increase
there.
of 1.6.
How about a 2.9% increase for the cost of the teacher's contract?
Yeah, as long
That
as
would
long
be
as you
accurate.
don't say wage increase.
No, that's not quite correct either because benefits are different, but we're okay with that?
Right, because
But that-
Mr. Raymer and I will be at budget overview that night when this comes up, this number difference.
And I'll tell them that Mike did it.
So assumes a
I'm sure.
2.9% increase for the cost of the teacher's contract and 2.5% for other employees.
Okay, and you're moving that, and Jeff seconded?
Yes, fine. So it's 2.9% cost of contract increase. Are you going to say that?
I said 2.9% increase for the cost of the teacher's contract.
Okay, that works.
It's awkward probably.
Yeah, no, that's all right. That's just fine.
Okay. 4 is the same. Number 5.
Wait a second, let me just break that. So that's 400, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
unless,
Yes. State partnership plan healthcare is assumed to increase 10%. You both have that. Now, reflecting the regional rate
I
adjustments
can't remember, someone else took that out. Was it Karen or someone else?
Yeah, I can't remember, but they don't have that rate. But Leslie M.
it's more explanation. We don't have to put it in.
But, yeah, but
By county, which should probably can be
The what?
eliminated.
I'm
Yeah,
asking.
eliminate the whole
Sorry,
thing.
what's your question?
You're not disagreeing on the numbers or anything like that. You're just,
I was explaining why it's 10% versus 8% last year, or the rest of the state.
okay. You guys agree with that? Whatever, it's not language that's going to
So-
hurt, is it?
No.
Okay.
No, it's,
So
it's,
what, are you?
so
are you
if we take,
crossing them?
if we reduce by county, does that make it better,
Yeah.
reflecting the regional rate adjustments to premiums for the state partnership?
Because if
plan?
somebody asks me
Is
what
that
that
a
is, in a
Scrivener's
meeting,
error, or
I don't
is
know
it-
what the
are you
regional
making a
rate
motion?
adjustments are.
Scrivener, okay, if you guys are okay, I'm making that change.
Yes.
2% for us.
I mean, you can do it. Well, I'll approve it, but, you know, it seems pretty trite to,
Okay, by county, 4-0.
yeah, was that a vote?
Yeah, that's a
Leslie?
vote. It was just a vote. You didn't hear
Yes,
that.
you didn't, you voted.
4-0.
Okay. Okay, this is what,
So
This is-
I
this
proposed
is-
an email to you, some different language. Can I read
what-
that to you?
Here, this,
Yes.
but can't we just, why don't we just do my language? The pension fund contribution includes the preliminary actuarial assumptions. I added the word
I
preliminary.
just don't want to get into all that. And they don't
Adopt
need
in
it.
July.
This is just a list of what the, it's just a list of what the assumptions are in the exhibit. And so it would be, you could say it much less by saying the pension contribution of 25.7 million represents an additional 1,760 or 8.4%.
Second.
Second. Jeff's
And
language.
it's the language I sent to you by email
Take
this
it and run.
afternoon.
Take it and run.
Yeah,
So you seconded Jeff's?
yeah.
And it-
Aye. All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so you had here, town support for the Nathaniel Woodrow is projected to be $3 million. And I continued, this budget does not include approximately $5 million additional losses in fiscal 19 or any above $3 million budgeted for fiscal year 20. Department expenses should include a more realistic accounting for town services used.
So let me guess that Bill put that one in? Sorry. I won't support that change. This is an explanation of what's in the chart.
Yes, it's stating what the assumptions are that produce the chart that's attached as Exhibit A,
And
Exhibit
after
1.
after what I heard tonight, I
Yeah.
think a little less is better right now. 'cause I
Oh, my
see-
God.
So
Yeah.
we're not going to move that one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
8?
No,
And by the
No
way,
change.
I
Grade
do
nine.
think we are going to be sleeves rolled up past our shoulders on that thing.
10.
Budget
I just
increases.
added to the 10, Leslie, said to cover projects already appropriated, fund new appropriations, and I said, and service the increased cost of larger debt outstandings, which is what it's doing. That's why it has to grow.
Is our debt balance higher than,
I don't think that's accurate,
Why is it?
because I think that they haven't.
is our debt,
They issued
is
debt.
our current debt
uh-uh,
levels
like
higher than prior years? Where we're,
No, the debt level's been going down gradually.
Yes.
It's a little over 200 million.
Let's just stay with the existing language. I'm not going to support this change.
Okay, so we will put it there, but, okay, should we say, okay, I added one about the risk fund. You haven't got anything in there about the risk fund, anywhere. I just said the risk fund is budgeted to be funded by $3 million, which may not reflect incremental amounts for insurance SIRs.
Again, I would say we can add something if you want, but just to
It
say.
doesn't say
to
how
be
funded.
No, but
It
just to
just
say it's
says-
increased 3 million, period.
To me, that's really important, Leslie. That's
The
something
SIR?
saying, no, that's saying, look, we gotta put money in our risk fund.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
need- We need to do
But,
that.
but it's,
This is
We
just a
don't know
statement
if-
of assumptions.
we don't know yet what it does and doesn't include. We'll know in February when we have the session with Wayne on what's outstanding and what's
The only
there.
reason-
So I would
the only
just.
reason
May
I
not
support
reflect.
three- The only reason I support three
but
is because
it's-
that's what we've
it's
kept it at.
Creating,
Okay, so the bottom line here is you didn't have anything about the risk fund. So we're going to move that the risk 11, or whatever
Second.
number it
Yeah,
is,
yeah.
the risk
They
fund
have
is
it.
budgeted to
Second.
be funded by $3 million.
Second.
okay,
And not the additional words.
right,
No.
stop after 3 million.
Okay. I'll support that.
Me too. All right, Leslie and Mike.
Yes.
4-0.
Yep.
4-0.
And you had no changes in capital, right? Oh, I wanted to ask.
I mean, the preliminary paragraph, I mean, do you really need to say this again? The BEP is also interested in understanding the DOE master plan, prioritization of projects, expected timing.
I want the capital section to be independent, because if someone's only reading that, they need to know everything we're asking for.
Okay, can we say anything but, as a number and value of approved but open capital projects, can we say is approximately $125 million
What? No.
town-wide? Town-wide, it's true.
As
That's
of
a
this
lot of
number-
money.
As of this date it is.
September 2019. On September
I have it
13th,
with me. You wanna see what that is?
2019.
I have it too, it's right here.
125. I can,
I mean, the thing is, there's no context to that number. They don't know that it's bigger, smaller, different, whether it's related. I actually have 103,000 on the September 13th number. 80,
you're probably missing
I'm on
the
the wrong
funds.
one.
You're missing all the
Yeah,
funds.
you don't have the fund.
You have to add the funds in. Sewer and what, it was 125. I've got a chart.
that's fine if you want to put it in. Roland can confirm the number for me.
Yeah, what, if the number's
I
different,
mean, I
okay.
guess
Well, I
as of
could-
September, want to do it as of this date or as of today's date? As of
Either one.
today's date. You can
Either one.
confirm what that number should be.
Roland, if you send me today's, I'll do the chart and send it to you, Leslie.
So I'm sorry,
Roland-
can I hear
yeah.
where we're ending up here?
I usually subtract.
You want, you're willing to keep the wording, but you want to
Yeah.
insert the figure, is that it?
Otherwise,
Yeah, certain figure
As part of the budget, they request a report on all open projects? Where's the figure going?
in that first, right under capital budget guidelines, that first.
Right there,
there's a
first one.
Parenthetical
I'm
mark.
sorry.
is approximately
Oh, I see, I'm
125
sorry.
million. I just do it because I subtracted all the debt and the number's small.
So subtract out the ban and the debt numbers when you do the capital. It's just funds and general fund.
I'll show you how to do it, Roland.
Is that, well, let's ask, is that
It's okay.
intellectually correct? Is that okay?
With open capital, I guess the question is, what do you?
Unfunded,
It's encumbered and available is what
Okay.
you picked
I
on.
get that.
And quite frankly,
Well,
I
well, we
I
had
don't know why
September-
you would take
in
the
September
interest
2/3.
in the bands out of there because it's an obligation. No project. That's
no,
just
we always
interest.
just have capital budget.
But I think that's just even more complicated.
I don't know. I take it out, it's a bigger number with it in. I think it's, whatever. Okay, so we just say 125 million. We'll correct it tomorrow. That's okay, Leslie?
Yes. and-
I'm turning the page.
So what are we doing as far as verifying the figure? We're just going to have
Roland's going to
Roland
supply
Roland and
Moriarty
I will
and
tomorrow,
Geiger
we'll
resolve
share
that?
it, and we'll
Yeah.
let you all know.
Okay.
It's going to be about 125.
Okay, all right.
It's going to be slightly under. Well, if he includes debt, it's going to be up there. I wouldn't.
So there's
You
also
can-
some language in the preamble which has been deleted.
Do we want to?
Can you let that go?
Leslie didn't want to delete the language.
Leslie didn't want to believe it.
So we said we'll move on.
So that's, okay, that's
And
fine.
we're not going to make a motion on the, are we making a motion on 125? Or we just
No,
gonna
the
do
120, whatever the
I'm
number
on
is.
paragraph 1 now?
I'm on
Yeah.
2.
One. Open
One,
it.
one had a deletion made.
Yes, one did too.
You were busy, Leslie Darkington.
Oh, and my caucus
Hmm?
too.
Caucus.
We caucus.
So the
That
first,
might be,
the
that might
first,
be something new to you, but we kind of have to do that,
I see.
someday.
Our caucus trusts us.
Oh, see, this is why you could do yours so fast.
so,
Now we know what's going on.
so you, you kept the first sentence, you deleted everything else, replacing it with a different sentence, it looks to me. Do I have that right?
No, I didn't add any sentences there, just
Oh, so you,
deleted.
oh, I'm sorry, I see. You've kept the first and last
And,
sentences.
and what I also did was I added the BOE because Leslie forgot the BOE, believe it or not.
As part of the budget.
He encourages the first selectman BOE and CIP committee. So I added the BOE.
Where is
You
that?
want me to
Oh, I
move
see.
that?
No, so, but we should move that whole paragraph, what you're doing to the whole number 1. I don't, I guess you wanted to take out the specificity of the information that we want them to present to us. I don't know if I want to do that, because I wasn't so happy with the information we got last year, and I don't want to lower the ask.
Okay, so we'll leave that language there, we'll add BOE,
Okay.
and we're not going to move it. We're just going to add
So
it,
we're going to
scribble
add
it,
the,
if that's
I
okay
can
with
do
you.
that. Okay. All right, number 2. Ms.
4-0, right?
Oh, you want to move
You
it?
just said we weren't moving it.
Hmm?
You just said that I could just.
She's just
Oh,
changing.
no, well, it doesn't matter. 4-0.
Add the word BOE.
Add BOE. Let's make it official.
On number 2, I,
So, I'm sorry, Jeff moved that.
No, Jeff didn't move that. You moved that.
I think that's.
It's your BOE.
we moved it.
And I moved it, and Leslie seconded it this
Right,
time,
right.
because this is.
So
All
paragraph
right, so
2,
paragraph 2.
you've added a short sentence at the end.
I actually, on that one, I cannot say, I like to say anything is likely to be approved.
I agree with
If
that.
you want to prioritize something, I'm okay, but I don't,
Yeah. I agree with
that
that.
to me, if I'm somebody reading this, just, if it's maintenance, it's.
So there's
Okay,
no,
let's
so there's no
drop it.
second on that one. We're in
Yeah.
paragraph 3.
Okay, there's no first. We're not going to
Okay,
do that.
It's not being moved.
Okay, so here, added in Hamilton Avenue School, because it was missing, Leslie.
Well, see, I separate,
It's 600,000 project.
Yeah, but
It's a
it's
large.
not the
but,
dollar
but
amount. I don't think they need
it's not PCB, it's.
No, but I don't think they need a piece approval.
They
for
don't
that.
need it, it's a different scope project. I wouldn't include that in, I mean, clearly it's going to be prioritized, but we need to push along the ones that people aren't pushing and advocating for now.
So also in this sentence, in this particular paragraph, must be prioritized in negotiations with the appropriate regulatory agencies expedited to achieve a final remediation plan.
I don't want those words in there, but I really do want those words in there.
They weren't my words, I just think.
I know that.
I think 3 is, as written, gets your point across. And I don't think the changes, I mean, I know the answer we would get to that request is like, it's not in my hands, we're going as fast as we can. And so the question is, how do you change that? I'm not sure these words change it in a way that we're going to see positive
The
action.
number one hottest issue.
I
in
know.
town.
You know,
Feels.
we are going to get some information on this next week, Leslie and
You guys listen,
We have a number,
I. Oh,
Do you
see,
have a
you're busy
number?
working.
What
We'll
is the
keep.
number?
123,222,000.
123, approximately 123.
23 million, okay.
That's great.
Okay.
123.
And we'll
Thank
say
you, Rob.
October.
Oh, that's October, all right.
I have a protein bar if anybody wants
Move,
to.
move, move, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Okay.
So, okay, this is the next one. So we didn't do anything to the environmental. Are we leaving it that way?
Yes.
Okay.
If you make the motion, it's going to lose 2-2. So do
BOE
what you
master plan.
But it goes in the minutes as a motion. No, just go, come on, Leslie.
BOE master plan. Okay, so,
I like the old language. I mean, the current expectation.
Can I ask you a question? Are you
Yeah.
giving them a chance to change their priorities from last year?
Absolutely.
And every year thereafter.
Okay.
Presents the current expectation
You
for
want them
projects
to
in the year that can
re-
be,
It was a good thing. We asked them to do it. They did the master plan because we asked them to do it.
That's master plan, I'm not talking about that. That part is done.
but they would tell you it was prioritized,
Now I'm
Right.
with you. I'm with you.
right?
So I am just, this is going to be in the category of very, very loud. If we allow the prioritization to change each budget year, we are setting ourselves up for disaster.
No, I disagree with that.
I'm not talking about from a storm or something. I'm just talking just in general.
I don't want them hidebound 10 years from now, still obliged to stand on what their priority was. I want to know if they have a shift in priorities. I wouldn't mind to know why, but if they have a shift in priorities, I want to know.
I was at a debate last week, and a handsome guy that looked like you was there, and I must have heard the word prioritization 100 times from all parties.
But don't you think this current language says that? The current expectation for projects in the year that they can be implemented and accomplished.
That's a different thing. That's saying ask for the cash that you can spend in a year. I'm board. I'm with you there. But if you're going to open the door for, and I'm not talking about schools, for anybody, that would be like Joe Siciliano coming back right now and saying, you know what, Eastern Granite Civic Centers, I've moved that down. I want to do something at Barb Shore instead.
If there's a reason for that, you should do that.
I think you're absolutely, you,
I think
as
you're
people, as parents, as people using, let's just stick with schools, are expecting projects to come up, whether it's a science wing or a security entrance or a new stadium, whatever it is.
I don't want to tie this Board of Ed's hands up where they start arguing over, we can't impose on future boards. We've heard that in meetings, which doesn't help the conversation. The Board of Ed has a priority on paper. They're already being measured against doing those projects in that order. So I'm not sure what more you want from them.
It's not what I want from them. I don't want guidelines to open the door that say, well, if you change your priorities, let us know. I mean, it's not that I'm against changing a priority, but I don't want to every year say, give us your priorities. I want to think about this.
I'm gratified to hear from you that in the event that the control of the BEP changes on November 5th, you won't be changing the debt policy. You'll be staying on it because it's something that we agree.
We're not talking about that policy. You're not,
No,
listen to what you're saying.
How about this, the modifications?
I wanna get-
I understand you.
I don't
So,
think things will get done if you allow that to
It
happen.
is expected there will be modifications to the timing of last year's.
That's fine.
As
That
opposed to
doesn't-
priorities?
That's absolutely, that's fine. Timing is not in their control.
That's allowed.
Do you want to say
But it
that?
doesn't then open the door for, if that's the only change in this language, does that address your prioritization question?
Correct. I don't want to invite a priority change. It may happen. We may
But,
get one.
but don't we want to
If you
say?
change timing, haven't
don't
you
we
changed
want
the
to?
priorities?
I mean,
Timing is different. Timing is,
How's it different?
because our folks
Well,
wanted to have a
look at-
we're
realistic
talking about
picture of
figuring
what
out.
was happening
Look
here.
what happened,
That's
Jeff.
what they were.
There'll be
Jeff, look what
modifications
happened.
to the timing, is that what we're putting in?
No, I mean, what they said was a realistic picture. They want timing so that it's realistic.
Okay, look at the introductory paragraph to the capital guidelines. I think it's addressed there, the sentence that we're leaving in. The BET is also interested in understanding the Board of Ed master plan, prioritization of projects, expected timing, ability to complete, expected annual capital costs, projected impact on operating costs, etc. I can repeat that sentence.
Timing is different to me. Timing could be municipal improvement problems.
But you
Timing
heard
could be
prioritization listed
environmental.
there.
Timing, there are things in the timing, and by the way, it's not just Board of
Do you
Ed.
want to have anything about the projects that have been approved so far, GHS Cardinal Stadium, GHS
Those are-
Entry, and
those are
Julian
under
Curtis?
priorities. Those are
Or
defined
not?
priorities
Skip it.
already.
So
I-
you're going to
so-
make a language change, and so you're
Let's
suggesting
see.
a language change.
Presents the prioritization of the master plan, put that in there, comma, and then current expectation for projects in the year they can be implemented and accomplished.
What is it, current?
So it's really just adding the phrase prioritization of the master plan.
I just think that.
I'm sorry,
I've never-
where's that?
I don't know if that's enough, but.
Okay, so prioritization of the master plan. So I'll move that. Mike has seconded it, or, no, Leslie just seconded it. Leslie Moriarty.
Should present, not the plan that presents, but
Okay.
should present a prioritization of the master plan.
That's what, yeah,
Should-
exactly, that's what you
Should
just said.
present a prioritization of the master plan.
That's what I thought you just said, because that's what
Yeah,
I.
no, that- yes, that's what she
The
means.
language that's in the
Because
old
all
one
they
is bad.
did, first of all.
Okay,
we-
so Leslie moved it, I seconded it, and the vote is 4-0-0.
I'm sure it will be, but just let me understand again. The BE should present a prioritization of the master plan. How does it go on after that?
Comma,
Comma.
current expectation for projects in the year they can be implemented and accomplished, period. It is expected there will be modifications to the timing presented in last year's plan.
And by the way, I think they're going to go through some timing issues real soon on a lot of their projects.
Okay, so maybe Jeff seconded that. Jeff seconded it.
Yes, I'll second that.
And I'll vote for it.
If, do you want to read it?
No,
Okay.
I'm trusting you. I hope I can.
I don't know.
I think I can. On this particular one.
Okay. And public-private partnerships.
To be capitalized for consistency.
What's that?
And they added P3. I object to
Yeah, well, I
P3,
object to
sorry.
P3 too.
You want to be consistent with all, everything else is capitalized, all the words.
For a long time, I've known what number 1 and number 2 is. I just don't know what number 3 is yet.
It took me
Okay.
halfway through the other night to
So,
catch that.
no,
It
no,
took me
no
halfway
changes in
through. I'm
that?
like, what are they talking about?
So, or what do you, is there anything there you
So,
want?
Is there anything there that, let's see how it's
Partnership be
different.
continued to be pursued by all town departments and the BOE to assist funding of capital projects, and a summary of opportunities sought presented in the CIP sheets. Public-private partnerships that are most likely to be approved are those for essential projects and not incremental additions to projects.
I object to the concept that we're not going to, which I think I was hearing in the debate the other night, that we're not going to do capital projects unless somebody wants to come in and pay a chunk of it for us. And when they do, well, they'll be deemed to be wonderful projects, whether they're wonderful projects or not.
We don't have
And I-
that elsewhere in the budget guidelines, do we?
And I-
This is
and-
just only defining public-private partnerships. That, we
I
don't have.
wouldn't, I wouldn't expand it from the current language. I think
That's where I am too.
it's just adding, I mean, that's getting to an election conversation.
Yes.
But it's also, I think it
Well, you
requires
could-
a lot more thought on really what the role is.
Okay, so these partnerships should continue to be pursued and add the clause by all town departments and the BOE?
No, the old language, no changes.
No. She's just saying have benefited the town from.
For town and BOE.
By all town departments and the BOE to assist funding of capital projects.
Why do we need to?
I mean, if I was
That's
going to go that far, I
implied.
would- I would like to see the BOE change their naming rights
Okay.
policy, because that might invite even more, but that's for them to wake up on.
So
I mean,
you
okay.
can- You can make a motion. I'm not going to approve it. I
Okay.
don't know what Jeff will do.
CIP sheets, I'm not
So
sure
no,
what that
so
one
on
is.
private.
So there's no motion on 5.
I'm just
No.
capitalizing the piece. Okay,
Right,
so
be
there's no
consistent.
Why is
Um,
there so small?
6 has, at the tail end, the last sentence is substituted.
No, it
The old
has,
last sentence came out and the new last
no,
sentence
it
has
just
come in.
says if the spending is anticipated to extend beyond the year of appropriation.
So you're on 6, right?
Yeah, on the,
I don't understand your last sentence on 6.
where are we now?
6,
I
CIP
didn't write a new
sheet.
sentence.
See, somebody did.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think that's,
It must have been made at, No, an estimate of the cash flow should be provided is in my document,
Right,
the first half of the.
right.
sentence.
It
Yeah,
is.
you,
So,
So if the spending is anticipated in the year of appropriation.
Oh.
All right, I can agree to that change.
If it's-
is that a motion? CIP should?
No, I don't
just-
think that
so-
sentence makes sense without the first part.
Right.
Oh, okay.
I think that's just when.
I don't
things are
understand
getting cut
the
and
sentence
pasted.
Yeah.
without the first part. Estimate of what annual
Okay,
cash
so
flow?
6 we're skipping, 7.
All right.
Okay, so this is the CIP ranking. And we added the first selectman, together with the BOE, should look to reestablish, and we weren't sure whether the committee was what should be done, but rather a process to provide a prioritized ranking of projects using a detailed, objective rating system that is based on need and its ability to implement. So, again, bringing in the first selectman together with the BOE should look to reestablish a process, not necessarily the committee, but a process to provide a prioritized ranking of projects using a,
Where was the committee, and I should know this, authorized? Is that a BET thing? It's not in the charter.
No, it was something.
It
I want
was-
to tell
the
you,
first
my idea on
selectman.
7,
First selectman.
both of you were trying to do something
Mhm.
that we don't have any authority really to do.
Well, but the
in
CIP
essence.
committee was established at
Under
some
the-
point.
It was-
Yes.
First selectman.
It was
Under Lash,
established,
right?
Jim Lash.
he was asking
They
for
established
something,
it
he was
on-
asking for a 15-year plan, and we basically copied process from Sunnyvale, California. And I think Dick Burks, we had a meeting with Lolly Prince in November.
This was before Jim
and
was
Dick-
in the first, this was Larry and Jim, I think.
And Dick Bergstresser called, he was the first one to actually call the committee together.
Okay. I know it got expanded with Peter Tessie, but
Yeah.
it
Peter started
changed a
adding
little bit.
additional
He started
people.
adding.
And then the prioritizing disappeared.
So,
Well, they
So
did-
what we're
it's not
just
that
saying,
they-
a
no,
process,
it's
not
what they did.
necessarily
What
the
they did is
committee.
they started
I mean,
going
that's-
maintenance
Yeah, yeah.
versus new
It's
initiative.
needed,
Yeah.
but not
no, the
necessarily.
Very
RTM's
easy
not
to
going to be
just-
They
supportive of
did that,
this.
and there was
but-
still a prioritizing at that point, then the prioritizing disappeared altogether.
You know, so we had people that thought the BOE should be
Wasn't
involved
good.
in it more than-
Well, the BOE, I was BOE chair, and I always felt that the criteria didn't really recognize things that were important to the Board of Ed, the old criteria. But,
Well, that's what we tried to incorporate. The BOE should present to the first selectman a,
I don't like this
it's-
language. I'm not necessarily stuck with yours, but I don't like the language that's being
Okay.
proposed. I certainly don't like the language of the BOE presenting the first selectmen's plan. I just don't
except that
think.
in the charter, the first selectman has the responsibility.
Right.
That's why I don't see it.
Leslie, on this side, Jeff, hers is actually accurate to the charter. But again, this whole thing is not what it once was.
I mean, I think the RTM commented on this. Everybody wants to see
Right.
some ranking, some understanding of priorities, more than just the numbers on the page.
But we
The
didn't.
question is, how do you get there?
Right, and so we're just saying, they need to come up with a process. But the first selectman shouldn't do it alone, he should do it with the BOE to reestablish a process to
Well,
provide.
that's not what this
prioritized-
says.
Right, what?
That's not what this says.
It does say that.
Says it.
The first selectman, together with the BOE, should look to reestablish a process to provide a prioritized ranking of projects using a detailed, objective rating system.
Read the last sentence.
That is based on need and its ability to implement. The BOE should present to the first selectman its plan using the process so that the first selectman may prioritize.
Yeah,
the
so
IP.
I want the BOE to establish its own process.
Oh, my God. It has to be, we need townwide processes that are
You're
consistent.
just setting the Board of Ed to, if the first selectman disagrees or doesn't do something,
Right.
you're just setting the stage for a controversy.
So why don't we just drop the second sentence and do the first sentence? The first selectman, together with the BOE, should look to reestablish a process to provide a prioritized ranking
Yes.
of projects
Yeah.
using a detailed,
I could support
objective
that.
rating system that is based on need and its ability to implement.
I
Get
could
rid of the
support-
second sentence.
I could support that.
Okay, so now LLT and Jeff Raymer,
Who's
what's the
LLT?
vote?
LLT.
LLT.
4-0?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
So this just streamlined it a little bit. I don't know, Leslie.
Hold on, I'm taking notes, so it takes me a little bit to write this stuff down. All right, that was a 4-0 vote, I'll support it too.
Yes.
All right, the bundling, or no? You did change something,
Yeah.
right?
She shortened it. is what
I
she said.
shortened it.
You put examples in
Well,
there,
still
paint and
providing.
all that
Well,
other stuff.
part of that was carryover from last year, it was
I
a
know, I
new
know.
issue for us.
I
So
know.
let's see how it reads now.
The town and BOE capital plans include programs/bundles which combine individual projects into categories. The town and BOE should track completion of projects by location within a program and report to the BET on substantive cost changes and delays in completion, which is what you have there as the end.
And you want to take out that it's our expectation that the full scope of work for each location as itemized will be completed?
Because what's happening is you end up with a bundle of six items. They do 4, and they wait 2 years, and they come back with another application for the remaining 2.
You think that that's happened. Nobody has any evidence that that actually happened, but that's our concern. And one of the things that I want to do, one of the things I want to, I haven't yet,
Beautifully put, but completely incorrect.
I haven't talked, I had an initial conversation with Roland. One of the suggestions that I'm going to bring to this committee is to consider the introduction of a project closeout form, which will be really useful for the bundling projects, but that requires the department to tell us what was actually completed and the cost and the timing versus the CIP sheet. That's for another day discussion.
Oh, my
but
goodness.
I think that would be helpful.
Well, I think it'll be helpful, but you'll never get it done because they don't finish the projects. They'll never finish any project
That was
done.
his comment too. But I think the requirement will help.
I see a day coming where we need, and I don't know if Munis can do it, where you need to have an account number and then just a different dash at the end. Dash 1, 2, 3, 4, say 5.
And that's what Flo Shapiro had proposed. You would have subcodes on items within a bundle.
And you can't close out the big number until all the little.
That's
dash
true
codes
now.
are-
That's
That-
true
that-
now.
That's
do it,
that's
right?
already
It's true now.
programmed in there.
It's true now, yes.
That's why some of our projects are open, because 90% of it's done, but that last 10% is not yet completed.
And now it'll be 25%, so they don't have to fill out.
All right,
What do you-
so program and bundling, I thought that middle sentence is helpful, but I don't, it doesn't, it can be dropped, I don't. You want to walk away from the expectation being repeated. Okay, so we'll adopt the changes. Leslie, you're making your changes?
Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
4-0?
4-0.
Look at it. Compliant, we get what we get. I
If-
agree.
if-
Paragraph 9 is unchanged.
No, it's not a
No, no,
change.
no.
It lowered the inflation rate to 1.4%, which it is.
Oh.
That's accurate.
So what would that do to our town departments, Roland? If all non-wage line items went to
What would
1.4%
the
versus
2% do?
2%?
This is capital. This isn't wage.
No,
This
this
is the
is
section-
operating. This is
No.
operating.
This was the capital side, capital
Oops,
budget
sorry.
guidelines.
You're right. I take that back. So this is capital. Now, this was only introduced a couple of years ago, putting an inflation number at all in the capital plan.
And I think the inflation number should be 2%.
Because capital usually exceeds common
What?
inflation or
It
normal
does, but you
inflation.
know,
If for no other reason than because it's more conservative budget. If you're planning what a project is going to cost you, when you do the work 2 years, 3 years hence, I'd rather be picking a number that has a little extra margin in it.
On the other hand, they then use that, once it goes in there, it's used as gospel, and if the inflation rate is only,
I'm bidding
0 or
if I'm bidding on a
1%.
job right now for the town, and I think the job's going to carry into next year, I'm going to use your 2%.
Yeah, that's all right. I mean, for the purpose of our budgeting, I think we should be making that assumption. We're not telling the contractor to add 2%.
No, but-
I'm just telling you what we should be doing when we're working our numbers.
I'll tell you what I think. I think this Leslie's trying to have that 1.4 in for just general knowledge in the town. And I think that Leslie over there has got 2% in mind for capital projects, not necessarily the operating budget. I'm not one to.
This is capital. This is
I understand, it's in the capital
It's
section, but I
capital.
think,
It's capital.
I think you're applying it to capital, I think you're applying it to, in general.
I mean, I realize we're writing guidelines for just 1 year, but in the longer run, I don't think that 1.4% is a reflection of what we typically have for inflation, particularly not on capital projects.
I'll send you a list.
And our departments haven't been using this project by project. Now, if you notice, the paving number, for example, goes up in blocks.
That's
You
blocks.
know,
But everything
but-
else should be,
I'm not sure people are incorporating the 2% quite so religiously.
then why
Not so
don't you
much.
remove, why don't you just remove it?
Then let's get rid of
I
this
mean,
one.
Roland was not in favor of having inflation in there from
Okay,
the
so-
start, partly because our debt model doesn't really include inflation in the interest rate.
And if you put inflation in there, then you start to, especially in the out years, which is what we're talking about, you now have to make some assumptions on the grand list growth
Right.
Correct.
and,
I
and
think-
borrowing
Makes
costs,
the model
and it
right.
starts to really.
But,
fall
but
into
then you
pieces.
won't be able to say the Board of Ed plan is 750 million.
Let's take out the inflation.
So what are we doing here?
Let's remove the inflation assumption. That's the
Okay,
best way to
so
handle it.
inflation assumption is, do not include one. We have to put it in there, I think, because last year we had one. So we should say,
2%.
no, that there is no, do not include an inflation assumption in your capital plan.
Okay, so I'll second that.
I'm sorry, so what are we saying?
But isn't that accurate, though, Leslie?
It's, look, it depends how you use the cap, there are different ways people use it. If people want, people will look at it and say, in 10 years, there's no way I'm able to do a roof for 500,000, even though I can do it today. So
I get
people
it.
will say the capital plan's not accurate. On the other hand, the way we use it in our debt model, we don't want to have an interest rate that includes inflation 15 years down the road. So for our purposes, without inflation's okay, but it may not be for RTM's purposes.
So we're
Okay,
going to
so-
say the town and BOE do not include inflation in their cost estimate?
Right.
Is that what we're going to say instead?
Yes.
Should not include.
Should not or do not?
Well,
Should not.
should
No,
not.
no, no.
This is guidance
Do
to
not.
them on what to do.
Do.
Is that really what you want to tell them to do, or we just want to reflect that they, by custom, don't? I don't want to
They
be
have.
telling
I'll let
them
you
not
and
to.
the two of you
They have.
work on that.
And they used to not, then they started doing it. when
What
we
is
were-
this,
What
what
I
is,
think
what is
we're not
paragraph 9 going to say?
It should say, how about, there should be no adjustment for inflation.
How about deleting paragraph 9?
I suggested that already, but
I think because last year's guidelines had an inflation adjustment, at least for 1 year, we should say,
Let's just delete it. I don't want to tell them not to have an
Okay.
inflation
all right,
adjustment.
Jeff's deleting it, I'm
Okay.
voting against that motion.
okay.
I think we have to have a declarative statement to say the town and the Board of Ed should not include inflation, an inflation adjustment for
Okay,
the
I will
capital
second,
plan.
I will second Leslie's motion.
To say what she just said. All right.
Yeah,
All
we
right,
have to have
okay,
something.
all right, all right.
I will
So
second,
it's-
so Leslie made the motion, and
Should-
I'm seconding it.
Should not include.
An inflation adjustment
Inflation adjustment
in the 15-year capital plan.
in the master plan?
No, in the capital plan, the CIP. Because that's all-inclusive, because there are many BOE projects that aren't necessarily in the capital
Okay,
plan.
Okay, I got you. All right. 4-0?
4-0. Right, Mike?
Yes.
Sewer improvement maintenance,
The difference is in the last sentence,
the
I believe.
distinction. That's just a presentation change.
That's a presentation, doesn't even have to be in there. It's totally a BET issue, it's got nothing to do with, a department
State
has no control over that.
reimbursement.
Oh, my God, we're coming to the end.
Because we're not really getting anything in on these schools, I think it's important to mention their names.
That's all she's done here, is added the names of the schools. Just so you know, I mean, it was only a year or so ago where the Board of Ed said, it's not our job to get school reimbursement. And I'm like, okay, we've made progress here.
The original budget for reimbursements, I don't know if, that's not off, it's included on our bridge project CIP sheets. The schools don't typically, some of them estimate,
we
some of
do.
them
We
don't.
knew from New
I'm not,
Lebanon,
on
MESA.
MESA, on MESA, I don't know
Yes,
if we
we did.
estimated.
But in terms of,
The debt and so forth, what we
made
do,
some
we net
assumptions
it
on the
out.
debt.
Right.
Sometimes, though, you create that, and
Yeah.
sometimes the department does. It's done both ways. I guess that doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. It's just naming the school.
Okay,
that's
so
all.
I'll move these changes.
Second. Just adding the schools, right, the projects.
Yep.
Is there a purpose?
Hamilton
in
Avenue
listening
shouldn't be in there, though, because that was not, oh, wait a minute, there is reimbursement.
There is, we haven't gotten it yet.
There is reimbursement. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. I'm
I'll
wrong.
vote against. I mean,
I'm wrong.
okay, so you're moving the changes
To add
reflected in your
those-
document
add
for
those
state.
projects, Yes.
That's by Leslie, Mike, the vote on that is all those, 2-2.
Oh, 2-2,
Yeah, we're not going to put that in.
really?
Yes, really.
You should, because this is important money to us. We're
I
talking
think
millions.
we expect the data and we'll get it.
I
But
don't
I don't know if we have to
Well,
list it.
I mean, famous last words. We said the
Okay.
same thing last year.
Remember
The vote
Leslie
is over.
said,
I don't-
Lori said that
The vote
if
is
she doesn't
over.
have it by June, we can fire her, right?
All right, we just have one more change. We just have one more change, and that is from Leslie's draft, it's going to coincide what we did before.
Right.
2.5 to 3.5.
Yes.
So is that a motion?
Yes. We've already done it
We've already
once.
done it.
So we don't
She
need
didn't
to
say
make a motion?
fire.
need a
She said
motion.
we can hold her
But
accountable
she also
then.
said if I'm still here.
If I'm still here.
Do you want
All
to
right.
say targeting?
Yes, we have to get that right word there.
Targeting,
So it's targeting.
as opposed to assumes?
Anticipating.
Anticipating?
Why don't we reflect the same language you had before, which I think is
Anticipating.
anticipating?
I agree. And is this a motion?
Yeah.
Jeff? you're doing
Yes,
motion?
yes.
Yes. Second. Yes. Same language.
And this is 4-0?
4-0, yeah. Okay.
I think we
We're
should
done.
have the state reimbursement put into the schools down there. Because we don't have a separate paragraph on the
But we
way
need to
we did in
move
the
minutes.
past. Oh, wait a second.
No, we have to.
We have to move this.
we have to-
Leslie, I want to go back
Okay,
to this
so-
one, on state reimbursement.
Um,
I want us to rethink that. I think we should do that because we used to have a separate paragraph on this, and I think this is the compromise position to at least list them in there. Back to 11.
The reason for this is because here's the challenge. If we,
it's on putting the schools in that state reimbursement.
there is, the reason I think it's also important, and I would
4-0-0.
ask you to reconsider, is because going forward, there's going to be more and more communication about what's eligible and what we're going to get from the state.
You don't need my vote. You're going to have Leslie's vote. You're going to have Mrs. Moriarty's vote, so it'll be 3-1.
So
Am I right about
official
that?
Robert rules, we can't really reopen it, but, so I'm going to change my vote and
Somebody
it
who
violates
voted on
Robert
the,
rules.
somebody who voted on the successful side
All right,
can move
so
to
it'll be
reopen,
3-1.
and you vote on the successful side. So.
See what backbone I have? Okay, so, so now can I get a vote on the guidelines as amended?
I so move. Oh, it's already moved.
So let me
Aye.
take a
Aye.
vote. Jeff's in favor. Mike?
I would love to see the two Leslies. I'm voting for them. I'd love to see, because you have a lot of work on it, and the two of you are really good at this. I would love to see the two of you just acknowledge all the
I'll make the
changes.
changes and circulate them so everyone can see what
So, yeah,
changes are made.
Yes, I'm in favor.
Leslie, yes?
I know it's a lot of work.
4-0.
But you're going to do that like separate from the minutes. You're just going to do this so
Yeah, I'll
that
do
we can get to
this
it.
right away, yeah.
And you'll get it 40 minutes before the BET meeting. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
All right, can I have a motion to
I'll
approve the
remember
minutes?
that.
So move.
Shortly.
Jeff seconded the motion to approve the minutes. All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye, motion to adjourn. Okay, so much for the debate.